We have all seen that the green transition also plays a matter of security of supply and security policy, which we are daily reminded if we follow the media. In this slide, green shipping is not only good for the environment, it is also an important technology to master for supply reasons. Speaking as a Minister of Finance, it is of great importance to secure and support a strong and diversified economy. And it is my belief that green technology can become a strong contender to our most important sector, which is the fisheries, even surpassing other important sectors such as the extraction industry and tourism. Embarking on a path towards a green energy industry makes sense for this country on many, many levels. Firstly, our remoteness underlines the importance of becoming self-sufficient in energy, especially in times like these. Secondly, the operating phase of these energy projects is well matched with the skills and the small numbers in the Greenlandic workforce. They don't require a lot of employees, which is very good because we have a very difficult time attracting large numbers of labor. Also, it will create job opportunities for both skilled and unskilled personnel, which is also a good match for us. And finally, we have the resources in abundance and in places and conditions very suitable for production. So also having many years of experience for both hydropower and utilization of natural resources, the overall fit between this country and the green industry is very good. As part of the Green Growth Initiative that the Government of Greenland has negotiated with the European Commission, we will start collecting new hydrological and climate data at the most promising hydropower potentials. Our combined hydropower resources will surpass our total energy demand several times, and this will be elaborated on later this day. I will say, though, that the Government of Greenland is determined to continue to develop our renewable energy resources so we can meet our own demand and start exporting energy as well. And as a Minister of Finance, again, this is very exciting, and I think it's also very important for the further development of this country. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Naya. Great. I need a little information regarding to the drum dancers. We are changing the program a little bit. The drum dancers are on their way right now. So I would like to ask Sven Soilan to do a short summary of yesterday's activities. Now.
Thank you, Grönbok. So those of you who didn't attend yesterday, I'm just going to provide a brief summary of some of the presentations we had. There were a number of them, and they covered a wide range of topics. We had 4 sessions. The first session was on green maritime transport in the Arctics, and that was general introductions, first by the minister, who held a passionate speech about Greenland's potential for being a leader in the green transition, and also stressing the point that the Greenland as a whole had to work together in order to achieve these goals. Moving on to Klaus Skytte, who presented the work of Nordic Energy Research, and also how Nordic Energy Research are working to fulfill the goal of carbon neutrality in the Nordics. And he also outlined some of the research projects that we do in the Arctics. I'll be brief on each because there are so many speakers. We moved on to James Gray, from the Member of Parliament from UK. He gave us a rundown of many technical issues, actually, but also reached out and explained that there was an opportunity for scholarships for students from Greenland to take a PhD in UK, 5 bursaries or scholarships, as I recall. Moving on, we had the Danish Maritime Authority, Jacob Roger, who presented mission innovation and the Danish involvement in that. He also stressed the point that the mission innovation were trying to break down silos, set specific targets for development of various 30 ships, I recall, and also establishing routes for green transport. And he also mentioned the number of countries that were either partners or supporters of this initiative. Moving on to session 2, I held a brief presentation on the various maritime research programs that are undertaken by Nordic Energy Research. And I also mentioned briefly a call that is closing by the end of the month, and have an information meeting on Monday. Then we moved on to Marie Münster, and we also had Anne-Sophie Sagbakken and Julie Hanson. So those 3 gave us a lot of interesting technical details. So starting with Marie, she provided a sobering look into the use of fuel cells efficiencies, that they have to improve a lot, and also mentioned that biofuels would be an optimal solution, provided that it was close to biofuels. There were lots of technical details in these 3 presentations, and I'm not going to try to repeat them all, but the slides packs will be available afterwards. So moving on to Julie Hanson. She explained the key importance of policies, and also gave us an extensive introduction into carbon footprints and how to measure that, well to wheel and so on. And she also mentioned a project she's involved with the Stena Line, and whether they're experimenting on alternative fuels. Finally, Anne-Sophie Sagbakken. I forgot her yesterday in my summary. So, Anne, Anne-Sophie, this is for you. She presented the Norwegian program on green maritime transport. Quite extensive. They are in 3 phases. Some are ongoing, some are maturing, and some are under planning, I assume. And I think that program should be quite interesting for the other nations to look into, because they have ship types, all various ship types that could fit and be of interest to others, and also all types of fuels, as far as I understand. Yeah. Moving on to then we had lunch. After lunch, we had 2 presentations on green ships cases. First, we had Kauri, who presented us with a fish farming service vessel, fully electric, and also explained the background behind that, and also laid out the visions for Faroe Islands to become a net producer of green fuels based on abundant wind energy. And then Uwe gave us first he started with a cheeky Photoshop of a floating production ship situated just outside a hydropower plant at Greenland. So that was an interesting presentation of how we could actually move on with producing hydrogen and ammonia with a little footprint on land, and also a short production time. So that was food for thought, I think. Yeah, so then we had let's see, DNV, Nathaniel, gave us a sneak peek of a new program on Nordic roadmap for maritime transport. Very interesting and promising, and he also announced a conference in Oslo, and he also invited you all to come in and become partners of this program. So that's a program funded by Nordic Council of Ministers, cross-sectional program. Then we had 2 ports. First, Lynn gave us a passionate speech about how the port of Hirtshals had developed industrial symbiosis, and also how they managed to actually create new companies in order to meet the challenges. And she also took part in the panel debate afterwards. So that was very useful. And finally, Rune presented Sortland as a port with many similarities to Nuuk. And he also concluded by reaching out and offering a partnership with Nuuk. So I hope that will materialize and you will be able to move on with that one. Then we had a panel debate, and we will have 2 more panel debates today, so that'll be interesting. Anything I've forgotten that I should mention from yesterday? I'm sure it's this. Sorry? Yes, certainly. We were on Royal Arctic Line, and we got a very good presentation by the director, who explained their sincere dedication to do something about emissions, and also his great concern for how climate is changing their operations, and also that they want to be a part of green transition. And we also got a round trip on the under the containers. A bit scary, I'd say. We were almost walking under the containers. But a very interesting excursion, I would say. So I hope that summarized some of what's happening yesterday, and I hope we will have a great day today. And Pukanup, it's all yours.
Oh, thank you very much, Sven. Thank you for a great summary. Now we will hear some Predator Somner by Leif Sundby Emanuelsen and Guga Fleischer. Welcome. They should be ready out there. They're on their way over there, I can see. I need them to react. They are coming in 30 seconds. Mikrofonen rapport, men okay, no up. Okay.
Vi har tiltidigere dobbelt skjørinta til poeng til nisjen. Uaga der poeng regionalna. Skjørinta ansaku tamni kusto. Begitu saya namini ismaga sumoi dengan pasar tesami pingostaswa. Uaga tamni inuya aset negisna saya namasti. Kamunya bisik jika kata teorosut ayunarosut natan keluar pokok soalnya jika kami amalu ada persatuan itu ideal asli terkini komisar apa ada soal universitas Teori utama itu, instruksi dalam itu gua Siarsuullunga siulikka ima ataqqitingaakka allaat kiornussatsinnik ingerlatitseqqinnissamik suliniartunut sallersanut ilangunnikuullu ima ingasanaaraluarpaa kisianni ilungersorlunga lukissakka piffissaaritamaat atorlugu qilaatitta uterteqqinneqarnissaan suliniaqataagu kisimiingilaa аама сиуллерсаангилага сиулеқарпугут сулиниақатааюарсумасуник паулииннуммоортиккут аллаллуунниит инуит таасиннаасакка уллумиккут атаққиллуги эққарасартаккакка таамааттумик уанга киуллиарсук қуяссутиссақақаанга сиулиннут таама пиккунартигисумик кигорнутассиссимамматигу сиулитситуулли пиккориссорсуангорсинаангилага кисианни налунгилара имааттумик тигумиақартиллуа уллумиккут тааккутулли анерсааккут эққарсартаасера аторсиннааллуарлу таамааммат таама анникитсунгуаму қалаарлунга нунатсинут тикиллуаққуасси аама сулиллуарнассассинник киссааппасси сумасиоқутигиллуарниараси нунатсиннут мигутситсуаллаартуссаник эққарсаатиссорс наверсаалаарниараси Well, уа намминерлуа имминилинниартитугама анерсаактарниккут тимиккууллу арриккалуамик инериарторнissaа пингаартиллугу намминерлуга атортаингуа атулаассуарам илаатигут мисигиссутсиккут наккакаттарфинни qaqeriarnissanнут аққутигисарсиннааллугу иликкарникуакку сиулиннут қуяниутааллунилу қиннутаава имааппоқ кисиан аама наангукку арнартақалаарасси тааккуа аама пуйорнанги имааттулаамарпакка qinoqarnikuam quyaaqarnikuam tassua killilaaginnassua piffisaktuaraamu tusaasinnaasiсситут анерсаамик пуланеқарту қилаатинга qasuppoq tusaasinнаагуссиук нерпаатсиут сиулитталагиваатиут лукиссатсин туниоарпаатиут таамааттуми кукат туллингууппаллаагиннаани қонгиут ниссарпаамма мааннинатсинни аам пингаартитат илагиваат таамааттуми уна укиорпат туусинтилин маанинникуусугут qimаsorsuugatta илангая
Thank you.
Wanga siullermit tunumiutut atuilaassuunga taanna ingarutitoqaavo ilisimanaqangilakkina ingarusiarisimaneraa oqaasartaqaranilu kisianni yaaramik Massakkut avanersuarmiutut taana aama oqaasartaqangila tassa ukallippisia
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Before you go, we have some small gifts for you. Oh, not small, no, but gifts for you. Thank you so much, Kuka. Yeah, I always get so touched when I see and listen to Hydropower Plants. Thank you very much, live. Thank you. Yeah, I was a little touched by the Hydropower Plants. Now we are going to continue to session 5, which is the Nordic Energy Challenge results we're going to be hearing about. So the winners are going to present. And Klaus Skytte, he will, the CEO of Nordic Energy Research, will present the winners and explain what kind of challenge they won.
I will do my very best, although it's hard to follow such a beautiful and excited show that we just heard. But anyway, as Q just said, I'm from the Nordic Energy Research, and I'm also the chairman of this year's Nordic Energy Challenge. The Nordic Energy Challenge is an annual prize competition that runs every year. The Nordic Energy Challenge aims to shape innovative research that promote new ideas with the exciting perspective that bring added value to the Nordic region. Now, you have heard yesterday, and you will hear much more today, that the Arctic area has exceptional challenges and opportunities in connecting with the green transition. So it's quite obvious that we also, for this year's topic of the Nordic Energy Challenge, choose energy in the Arctic. So this is what it's all about. And I really sincerely hope that all of you are as excited as I am to hear the winning proposals and what they can add for value. Now, just to give you some ideas of why we choose this thematic of the energy in the Arctic, then much of the Nordic territory, both on land and at sea, actually falls within the Arctic Circle. And the Nordic region is strongly involved in this issue that concern this unique and harsh but also vulnerable area. So this is one of the reasons, but another reason is that the Arctic region mostly consists of islands and remote areas with limited electricity connection between the different grids, the natural grids and the mainland grids. So such isolated microgrids depends largely on local energy supply, as well as import of extensive fuels to cover the stationary energy demand as well as transportation, as we have heard yesterday. However, several of the Arctic areas also have large renewable energy resources that on one hand enable them to become self-sufficient with zero emission energy, but on the other hand, it also gives them a challenge, because the smaller and isolated the energy system is, the more challenging it is to integrate viable renewable energy generation in the energy supply. So you have both benefits and you have some challenges that have to overcome. This is also why we have asked the participation in this year's energy challenge to what energy challenge or solution in the Arctic that will, together with the rest of the Nordic region, pave the way to become the most sustainable and integrated region in the world. And I have to say that in order to find the winner of this proposal, we assembled a highly qualified jury from both from Nordic Energy Research, where I'm from, but also for the energy community in the Nordic and in the Arctic. And we assessed the submitted proposal on basis of comprehensiveness, innovation, and Nordic added value. Besides me being the chair of the committee, we have Rune Wolla from the Research Council, the Norges Forskningsråd in Norway, and we have Rasmus Wendt from the Government of Greenland. But anyway, now you got the background, so it's time to announce the winner of this year's best proposal of Nordic Energy Challenge. So Rune, Rasmus, and I, as a jury, we have made this in-depth assessment of the different proposals. We have used different criteria, so you know why we choose those. The first one was the participant have to describe clearly the barriers or opportunities. They should show the comprehensiveness and overall quality in their work. They should rank them according to the level of innovative thinking in relation to what is feasible and developable, as well as positive effect for the suggested solution. And finally, also the maximization of Nordic added value by enhancing Nordic strengths and addressing Nordic challenges. So, out of the 9 running up proposal, we have selected the 3 finalists to be presented for you today. And for the third place, I now read the motivation of the jury. For the third place, this running up present a well-formulated idea for a common hydrogen strategy for the Arctic with potential application in the Nordic region. The proposal is targeting policy initiatives to overcome barriers for implementing solutions related to green hydrogen. There's a high level of relevance in the project, suggested Nordic cooperation, and general a good understanding of the situation and challenges in an Arctic environment. The political system level approach offered by the proposal could pave the way for additional research on Nordic synergies, and the proposal offers valuable perspective on how differences in available energy resources between the Nordic countries could benefit the region as a whole. So please, here's a video greeting from our third place winner, Alfred Arnberg from Sweden, please.
Hi, my name is Alfred Arnberg, and I'm one of the 3 finalists for the Nordic Energy Challenge 2022. I will now tell you a bit about my proposal to develop an Arctic hydrogen strategy and how that can contribute to the energy security, decarbonization, and economic growth for the Nordic Arctic region, as well as boost and utilize Nordic cooperation. The Nordics are in many ways at the forefront of hydrogen policy development, as well as investments in new projects. However, this development is concentrated in the non-Arctic parts, even though Arctic hydrogen projects might even be more lucrative than elsewhere. For example, on the demand side, we see an amplified storage requirement from the large seasonal climate variations. And we also see high reliance on hard-to-abate transport modes, such as boats and aircraft, where hydrogen fuel cells could play a key role in breaking free of fossil fuel dependence. And on the supply side, we see that in a future energy system with a high share of non-dispatchable generation, but without electricity interconnectors to other markets, so energy islands, the opportunity cost to produce green hydrogen falls relatively to mainland markets. And the general benefits of hydrogen apply for the Arctic region as well. In particular, it facilitates decarbonization, which besides being a goal in itself, could ensure that the tourism industry and exporting companies remain competitive. In my full proposal, I describe how airports in Greenland and Iceland could be turned into green airline hubs for transatlantic flights if we manage to scale up hydrogen supply and infrastructure. So in order to bring the Arctic along on this global hydrogen journey, it is important that a holistic, long-term approach with a broad geographical focus is pursued. Such an approach includes collaborative policymaking, revising and harmonizing existing regulations, and attracting private and public funds. And by studying hydrogen opportunities and challenges in the Arctic region, we can compile recommendations and roadmaps into a Nordic Arctic hydrogen strategy. Several countries already have such strategies, including some Nordic ones, and I believe that the Arctic region would benefit from having one too. Moreover, I think it could be wise to develop this strategy jointly across the Arctic, not only to optimize the development process, but also to identify comparative advantages across the whole region and recognize the common energy challenges and opportunities facing the Arctic. So then the next question is, how should we set out to develop this strategy? There are many possible ways. And in my submission, I identify the Nordic Council as an appropriate candidate to order and supervise the development. But more important is deciding who will develop the strategy, which stakeholders to consult, and what overarching goals to achieve. So we can look into this. Of course, the developing team should consist of experts with broad sectoral backgrounds. It is also important to involve local representatives early in the process. In that way, we can identify the heterogeneity of different Arctic communities and gain support for the implementation stage. Because when the roadmaps, targets, and policy recommendations are set out, they can only be achieved with a high interest and broad support across the region. So the time is now to decarbonize the Arctic, to increase security of supply and integrate more renewable energy sources, all while boosting economic growth. With a hydrogen strategy that gathers Nordic countries, companies, and local communities, the Arctic region could achieve a greener, more competitive, and richer future. So these were the general components of my proposal, and a short summary. And you can read more about it in the actual submission paper. I want to thank Nordic Energy Research for hosting the Nordic Energy Challenge, and I hope that you who are listening enjoyed the proposal. Thank you.
Thank you very much to Alfred Arnberg as the third place winner. So now it's time to announce the second place and the motivation of the jury. This running up submitted a proposal displaying sound understanding of barriers and opportunities in the Arctic and isolated energy system in the Nordic region. The proposal demonstrated a high technical level while remaining approachable for non-experts. The level of detail is notable, particularly in identifying potentials and barriers for use of energy storage in remote energy system. Our energy storage and management algorithm is not by itself innovative. However, it is highly relevant in the Arctic setting, and ideas on how and where to implement it appears innovative. So please look forward to energetic presentation while we will watch the proposal. This comes from the second place winner, which is Elisabetta Tedesch and her research team at the University of NTNU from Norway. Please have a look.
A long time ago, in a galaxy, not so far away, there was a planet. For 500 million years, several creatures lived in a tight balance and explored all different regions of the planet, even in the harshest cold conditions. That was the case until a new species emerged and dominated over all others, leaving the balance of the system more fragile than ever. This is the story of our own planet, Earth, the most beautiful planet in our galaxy. But our planet is up against one of the toughest challenges ever. Global warming affects all regions, including some of the most sensitive such as the Arctic ones. But what makes the Arctic region special? Many Arctic communities are quite isolated from the rest of the world. They rely on fossil fuels for heat and electricity generation. Taking a peek at the global electricity consumption from the Arctic Renewable Energy Atlas, one can see that, in some regions, power generators and major transmission lines are scarce. So, how can we approach the energy challenge? We propose Restoring the Arctic, a project targeting renewables and energy storage for isolated network screenification. Despite sharing common features such as isolation and cold climate, the communities are also unique in terms of their available natural resources. Some are luckier with more stable and predictable resources such as hydro and geothermal, whereas others have more intermittent sources such as wind and solar. However, the balance of the supply and demand needs to be maintained in all the timescales of a power system operation. With today's technology, the production and consumption can be monitored, generating large amounts of data. Those data sources can, then, be used in an active and online learning fashion, so that each of them is exploited as much as possible by modern machine learning algorithms identifying the underlying unique patterns. For example, let us consider a Nordic community where solar potential prevails. During winter, photovoltaic generation will be minimal and system load much higher. During summer, there might be overproduction that allows for smart handling and energy storage management. However, for a community where wind energy prevails, the patterns can be more irregular. Under and over generation can happen during the same day at different times. In this case, the need for smart energy storage solutions is even higher. But energy storage is not a single device. It can be based on batteries in a household or in electric vehicles. Energy storage does not only mean electricity storage. The heating demand is extensive throughout the whole year for households in Arctic communities. The temperature dynamics and the building's thermal capacities and regulation inside the comfort zone are a form of energy storage. However, energy storage is nothing without the smart data-driven management system, which eventually leads to the need for an integrated energy storage and management solution, IESM. But how this integrated energy storage system works? Let's have a closer look at its different parts, first focusing on the electricity side. Renewable energy sources and loads will communicate with a central cloud which computes the power and energy balance in real time. On top of the current state of the system, a production forecast is done, and the distributed energy storage devices are driven to the optimum for the system. This process is performed continuously. If, for example, there is a loss of generation, the central controller receives the information and controls the energy storage devices, aiming to exploit optimally the Arctic resources. As the heating system is now connected to the community's electricity power consumption, it is possible to store energy as heat when there is overproduction. This energy is stored in the building materials while maintaining indoor temperature within the comfort zone. Later, in an event of underproduction, the buffer of energy in the building materials is used while the electricity consumption is decreased. However, achieving a functional IESM and implementing the restoring idea takes planning. For that, we propose a threefold strategy. On the first years, the hybridization of renewable sources should be carried out along with the first pilot projects of household energy storage, promoting switching to electric heating. This can be supported by battery-driven or even hydrogen-fueled vessels and new policies for real-time data monitoring devices at the utility inputs. During the first years, data will be generated and allow the development of the data-driven learning part of the IESM. In this phase, incentives should be given to the customers to own part of energy storage. New regulations could be also added to encourage customers bidding at local energy markets with rewards for full electric homes. Finally, in the third phase, the increased flexibility of the grid should allow for an almost 100% renewable energy mix using fossil fuel-based sources as contingencies. Households and transport electrification could be realized, and new business opportunities would arise for private players offering local energy storage. From the regulation perspective, penalties for non-electric heating and transport can be implemented along with recycle policies for upgradation. This is our plan for restoring our planet starting from the Nordic region. And this is our team in the Smart Offshore Grids and Renewable Energy Integration Lab at the Norwegian University of Science and Technology. We are ready for the Nordic Challenge, ready for any challenge.
And now for the first place, and I read the motivation from the jury. With a descriptive demonstration and a well-reasonable selection of sources, the winning candidate demonstrate good understanding of the barriers and opportunities faced by Arctic remote energy grids. With a clear technical approach, the project is targeting specific barriers for integration of multi-technical energy sources and storage of energy in hydrogen. The project is intended to develop proof of concept for different technologies and hardware to better overcome problems from microgrids. Hence, the project proposal could have a very high degree of innovation. By presenting her project on renewable energy hydrogen-based microgrids for sustainable Arctic communities, the winner of the Nordic Energy Challenge for 2022. Is it on? Okay, I have to take a little longer. Yeah, there she is. So the winner of the Nordic Energy Challenge 22 is Kyo-Wen Ju, online from KTH in Stockholm. Welcome, Kyo-Wen. We look very much forward
Hello, everyone. Thank you very much. It's a great pleasure and it's a great honor to receive this, to be the winner of Nordic Energy Challenge and receive this prestigious award.
Yeah, we look very much forward for a short presentation of your proposal, and after that, we will maybe see if the audience have some questions for you. So, please, the screen is yours.
Yes, could you see the screen and could you hear me clearly?
We do. So please go ahead.
Okay. Hello, everyone. I'm Qianwen Xu, Assistant Professor from Electric Power and Energy System at KTH. It's a great pleasure to be here to present our winning proposal for the Arctic Energy Challenge. It is about renewable energy, hydrogen-based microgrid for sustainable Arctic communities. So before that, I'd like to briefly introduce myself. I get my PhD from Nanyang Technological University in Singapore, and my PhD thesis is about microgrid design and control. After that, I did my postdoc in Aalborg University in Denmark, and visiting researcher in Imperial College London, and presidential postdoc in Nanyang Technological University in Singapore again. And since September 2020, I'm assistant professor at KTH. And my research focus is about modeling, control, and optimization of microgrids and sustainable power systems and power electronic systems. So let's start. As we know, Arctic region consists mostly of islands and remote areas that have little access to the main electric power grids. On the other hand, Arctic region has large renewable energy sources, as thus it is attractive to develop renewable energy-based microgrids for the electricity supply. However, as we know, renewables have high fluctuations and uncertainties. It is the consistent power supply cannot be guaranteed. Therefore, additional sources are required to achieve stable operation and a consistent power supply. Compared with the diesel generator that have large environmental pollution and the expensive battery energy storage, hydrogen storage is a clean and cost-effective solution that extra renewable generation can be stored as hydrogen through electrolyzers and to be used later through fuel cell. Moreover, extra hydrogen can be exported for use in various industries and transportation. Therefore, the objective of our project is to develop a renewable energy hydrogen-based microgrid for sustainable Arctic communities with zero emission. It consists of electrolyzer, fuel cell, renewable energy storage, renewable and loads with their interface converters. However, there are challenges in the design and control of renewable energy hydrogen-based microgrids. First, the efficiency of electrolyzer and fuel cell changes significantly under the wide operating range, and also their life cycles are greatly impacted by current ripples. Then, how to design and control power electronic interface converters for electrolyzer and fuel cell to achieve high efficiency and extended life cycle under the large variation of renewables is a significant challenge to be addressed. Second, microgrid is a low inertial system that may suffer from stability issue due to the large fluctuation of renewables. Then, how to coordinate the interface converters of these sources and loads to guarantee the real-time power balancing and stable operation is a challenge. Moreover, economic operation is important to achieve the maximized profits with maximized utilization of renewables. Finally, microgrid components are provided by different vendors using different technologies. Then the system integration is a complex and time-consuming task in Arctic regions. The wide deployment of microgrids require prohibitive amount of expertise and customization. Therefore, to address these challenges, we aim to propose a practical design and operation solution. We will develop advanced design and control of interface converters of electrolyzer and fuel cell to maximize their efficiency and life cycle. We will develop a real-time coordination and stabilization strategy to guarantee the real-time power balance and stable operation under the large fluctuation of renewables. We will develop advanced energy management strategy to maximize the profits and maximize the utilization of renewable energy, considering the renewable uncertainties and the time-coupled storage dynamics. And finally, we will develop a standardized modular microgrid hardware solution that can flexibly integrate various sources and loads efficiently with plug and play feature. It will integrate the proposed converter control, coordination, and energy management strategies. And it will achieve faster deployment, easy installation, as well as generality and replicability in various Arctic regions. It is also easy to scale up by interconnecting multiple microgrid modules in the case of community expansion. To support our application, this summer, we have built a preliminary experimental setup to demonstrate part of our idea. We can see this is the converter for electrolyzer. This is the converter for the fuel cell. And we developed a preliminary control system in the Imperius controller to control the converters for the stable operation and smooth power flow. Here we use 3 bidirectional DC sources, and this one is configured as the load mode to represent electrolyzer. This one is configured as source mode to represent fuel cell. This one is configured as bidirectional mode to represent the power mismatch between renewable energy and load. So here we demonstrate a case study under the change of current mismatch between renewable and load. So let's look at the screen of these sources and the oscilloscope. So let's see. First, the renewable output is larger than the load. So we can see power flow is from renewable energy to the electrolyzer, and the fuel cell will not provide power. Then the renewable output decreases, but is still larger than the load. So we can see the power flow is still from renewable to electrolyzer, but the magnitude decreases. Then the load is larger than the renewable. We can see fuel cell will provide the power to compensate the mismatch, and the load increases further. We can see fuel cell provides a larger power to compensate the mismatch. So we can see it achieves the smooth power flow that when the renewable output is larger than the load, the extra renewable generation will flow into the electrolyzer to generate hydrogen. And when the load is larger than the renewable, the fuel cell will compensate the mismatch. And also, bus voltage is always regulated at the nominal value. So we can see our experimental setup demonstrate our capability in achieving the proposed work. So in summary, our project will develop advanced control strategies to maximize the utilization of renewable energy in Arctic region and novel energy management system to significantly reduce the cost and an integrated modular microgrid hardware solution to achieve rapid deployment, ease of extension, and replicability to various Arctic communities in Nordic region. It can be directly deployed in different Arctic communities of Nordic countries. It can make full use of renewable energy in Arctic regions of Nordic countries. And we know extra hydrogen can be exported for use in various industry and transportation. And since the solution needs different components from different vendors in different Nordic countries, it facilitates the collaboration of all Nordic countries. Thank you very much for your attention. And this is our team.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, QN. Now it's actually time that when we have the winner online here, that you can pose a question. So any question from the audience you want to ask? Yeah, here you go.
First off, congratulations. I'd like to hear, is this solution that you're making actually something that can be used individually in so to speak, a house becomes its own energy creator? Okay, sounds very good. Thank you.
Yes. As mentioned, it is a standardized solution, so we can deploy it anywhere. And not only in one place, it can be deployed once it is finished. We can deploy in different places in Arctic region, or even at our own homes and smart buildings. So it is very flexible and scalable. Also, as mentioned, we can easily scale up for the larger system.
Good. We have one more question for you. So, Maria Münster, here you go. Please stand up.
Thank you for a very nice presentation. I was wondering, did you compare the cost of a battery system with because we know that hydrogen storage is quite expensive. So how do you see the comparison between the battery solution with the hydrogen?
Yes, thank you very much for the question. We haven't do any comparison with between hydrogen and the battery, but based on our study, we know battery have a limited energy density compared with the hydrogen, and so if we need to store the same size of energy, we know we can find from a lot of data that battery is much more expensive than hydrogen, and moreover, since the Arctic region they have a huge amount of renewable energy resources, then we can generate as much hydrogen as we can, and if we have some other contract to export the hydrogen to be used in other cities, in other places, other industries and transportation. So for these different considerations, we think hydrogen is much more cost effective. And also considering the environmental impact, hydrogen is also more clean compared with the battery, because we still need to have these different materials. So yeah, so for these considerations, because we can have a large size of hydrogen storage to store, and it can be used for seasonal use. But battery, the energy we can store is not enough for long-term use. So that's why we consider hydrogen storage in our case.
Okay, thank you. We have one more short question. Please, Jakob.
Thank you very much for the presentation. So one thing is developing this idea, the prototype, so to say. But could you elaborate a little bit on the business case? How will you get this idea out to the market? Who should invest? And what is your plans for market readiness?
Yes, thank you very much for the question. So this is also our next step plan, maybe because we already have this years of experience about microgrid building and microgrid solutions. And now we are thinking like later we can collaborate with some local communities and industries to demonstrate our work and our project about this. And of course, we need to do some business case model about the values. But of course, together with industries, we can see if we demonstrate our this case, and this shows this good way of commercialization, because we can see from technical perspective, it is cost effective, and this solution is can standardized, and it can gain a lot by like selling to the local communities in Arctic region, and selling to like different houses, residents, and buildings for their use. So now we are planning to collaborate with power electronic companies like Hitachi Energy and ABB, since now we are not ready to run a startup company, but after collaboration with them to commercialize this first step and as a pilot and demonstration, and later we will consider to have our own this startup company to sell our microgrid solutions and maybe renewable energy and hydrogen solutions. So that will be our possible business models. But we are technical people, so yeah, we need to collaborate with the businessmen.
So maybe there's an open hand there for business cooperation. Thank you very much, Kuen. It has been a great pleasure to having you here in the Nordic Energy Challenge, and we have a diploma on the way. You will receive that on that, at least, as well as our prize, of course. We'll send that to you. I think I can say for myself and the rest of the jury that your work have inspired us. It has inspired for innovative energy research and promoted new ideas, which actually bring exciting perspective and added value to the Nordic and Arctic region. So it's really a great proposal. So thank you very much for that, and thank you for your great presentation today.
Thank you very much.
I'll also just use the opportunity here to thank all others who have participated in this competition. There has been many excellent and good proposals to the competition. Not all could win, of course. You have heard the 3 finalists, but it's really have been very high quality, all of those who have submitted, and I hope that they will keep on their good work and work on this proposal. Also, thanks to the jury, which Rasmus is here, and also Rune in Norway. Yeah, and then I'll just finally say this is an annual competition, so we will announce the new theme for the next year's competition. So please follow our website to see what would that be, or if you have any proposal for new themes, please let me know. So thank you very much, and I think I'll pass the word to you, Q, again. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Wow. That was a wonderful presentation. Yeah. And now we're going to continue to a presentation on how do we utilize the Greenlandic hydropower potentials. And Rasmus Wendt will do the presentation. And Rasmus Wendt is the head of the Energy Department at the Ministry of Agriculture, Self-Sufficiency, Energy and Environment. And Mr. Wendt holds a PhD in international politics, economics, and institutional development. In 2020, he became the head of the Energy Department, and he is one of the driving forces behind generating an international focus and interest in the Greenlandic hydropower potentials. And in his spare time, he likes to brew beer. And I hear rumors that you won a competition for brewing the best beer. Is that correct?
Yeah, kind of. We were in a group at the brewery here in Nuuk. That's actually where I brew the beer. It's not at home. And we came up with a recipe for a very strong Belgian beer, which actually was selected as one of the beers they brewed.
Wonderful. Yay. Welcome, Rasmus.
Thank you very much. So with that excellent introduction, I'm going to talk you through on how we will utilize the Greenlandic hydropower potential. I think it has become very clear from today's presentation and also the presentations yesterday that providing energy and sufficient energy is key to the green transition. So this is what we're going to talk about. In order to answer the how question, I'm actually going to propose a new question, and that would be the why question we have up here. So why should we utilize Greenlandic hydropower potential? So that would be the first part of the answer. If I can answer that, I will also partly have answered the how question. So a first argument would be that it is extremely important for our CO2 emission. What you have up here is the statistics for Greenlandic discharge of CO2. And the light blue columns, you see that's the actual discharge each year from 1990. I thought I could somehow show something with a laser pin. Is that possible? That's perhaps, what's that? Okay, the red one here. Okay, so we will have 1990 here. And then we have until the statistics ends in 2019. If we had newer data, we would run into COVID, so you would probably see, as you know, a decline in the numbers as well. But anyway, the light blue columns here shows the each year's discharge, and as you can probably see, there are relatively big variations. The dark blue line you have here, that is the changes since the basic year of 1990 over here, and you will have the percentage over here. So as long as we are below the line here of 0, we have actually reduced our CO2 emission since 1990. The important thing here is basically that whenever you see a dip here, it's because we have we have built a new hydropower plant. So that is how important hydropower is to the Greenlandic discharge of CO2. You will also see other variations, and that's partly due to the weather. And then you will see a peak over here, and I can explain that by moving on to the next slide, where we have where we show the discharge based upon different industries. And up here again, you will see an extreme rise in the discharge from the energy industry. And that's the reason for that is actually that we back in 2009 and 10 were drilling for oil in Greenland, and just having a few ships sailing around in Greenland, bunkering in Greenland, is actually visible on our statistics because we're such a small society. But actually the interesting thing here is, and this is also part of the reason for this conference, is the two lines you see over here, the orange or yellow and the light green line. That is fishery industry, the yellow line here, and transport, which is very much transport by sea in Greenland. And if you look at the numbers here, you can see that's actually something which has gone up, while the energy industry, which is most of the time is only Nukissiorfiit, our utility company, has been going down since 1990 because of hydropower. And you will also see that residential's use of energy has gone down, or their CO2 emission. And that's because we have moved people away from oil burners to electrical heating in Greenland, as we have introduced hydropower. So that's one of the reasons why this is so important. The next reason, and this is now I'm starting to explain on the how question, is the importance of the price of electricity. It has become very clear that hydrogen is a key component in the green transition, not only for green shipping, but in general. So when we look upon the price structure of how to produce hydrogen and ammonia, we can see that power, the light blue place we have here and here, takes up a very high percentage of the actual cost. When we produce hydrogen, the estimate is that a few years from now, in 2030, the cost of electricity would amount to 68% of the total cost of hydrogen. And likewise for ammonia, where we have some additional steps, it will be 40%. So the price of electricity definitely matters when we talk about the green transition, and it's extremely important that we can provide society with clean energy or clean electricity, but also very much that it's cheap. So that brings us to Greenland. What we have here is a chart from IRENA, the International Renewable Agency, trying to show the cost of producing hydropower globally. And they haven't calculated Greenland in here, so I have allowed myself to put a red line here. That's the basic cost in Greenland, around 4 US cent for a kilowatt hour, approximately for our largest areas. And if we combine that with the rest of the world, you can see that the price in Greenland is very competitive when it comes to hydropower. So that's part of the how question, and I will come back to that in just a few minutes. I just want to say that there are, of course, other technologies, and technology will develop in the future. So, what we have up here is the estimated cost structure in 2030, where we compare Greenland to other could become major producers of renewable energy or green or blue hydrogen. So we have the green line here, and then we will have, which is perhaps a bit difficult to see, we will have Norway here. Then we have Saudi Arabia with sun power. We will have Spain and the Netherlands, that's the North Sea, and then Norway, and then we will have over here the US producing not green ammonia, but blue ammonia. So as you can see here, still Greenland is highly competitive, but it's something that will disappear most likely in the years to come when technology matures and when we have very large investments in other parts of the world. But still, we can compete against the rest of the world. So answer the how question is basically to say it's all about the money. What the way that we're going to utilize and develop hydrogen, or not hydrogen, hydropower in Greenland is basically because we have an extremely good business case. And because we have that, we are going to invite a number of investors. Of course, we are also going to invest our own money in new hydropower plants for our own consumption. But when it comes to the large-scale industrial sites where it's basically producing green hydrogen or green ammonia, we will need foreign investors to come and develop these sites with us. So the how question is answered by pointing in the direction of money or capital. That's how we're going to do it. Then I'm going to talk a little bit about how we're going to market it, but also how comes that we can produce hydropower at such a low price in Greenland. And basically, we're using very much the same technology as our colleagues in Norway does. And at the hydropower plant that you visit, most of you visit Tuesday, is built by Norwegian and I also think Icelandic engineers. The technology is applied from there. So what we have here is basically the advantages we have in Greenland, and as we also have in Iceland and in Norway, is that we have a natural high head reservoirs for mountain lakes. That basically means that we don't need to dam up much water. Nature has provided us with that. We can dam up to collect even more water to reduce the variations throughout the year. But that's basically the reason for having the dams. And then what we do is that we blow a penstock through the mountain. That's of course expensive to do, but it lasts for a very, very, very long time. So that's a good investment. And then we will have a power station down by the fjord. And by doing so, we will have cheap energy, and it's energy that will last for as long as we have the ice cap melting. And we also have, of course, natural discharge around the area here. So that's basically not the secret, but that's what's behind the cheap energy we have in Greenland. We also think we know that we have a lot of unused natural resources in Greenland. Our estimate is that we have unused hydropower potentials for around, which could produce around 20,000 gigawatt hours yearly. That's pretty much, and it's much, much, much more that we are going to use in Greenland. Even if we took all the oil and diesel that we use in Greenland today and use the energy from our hydropower potentials, we still have, more energy that we need. And this is only for hydropower. Then imagine that we put up wind turbines and we can, increase the numbers. So we have a lot of hydropower that we're not going to use ourselves. It exceeds our total energy consumption several times. It's also located in remote areas. So there's not, basically, when we build these hydropower plants, no one is going to notice, to be honest. It's not going to impact many people, if any people at all. And finally, there's a high cost of development, but still, due to the size of the energy that we can produce from these sites, it's a very good investment with a high return of capital. Right now, we are in the process of promoting 2 large areas between Nuuk and Kangerlussuaq, the airport, the international airport where many of you arrived when you came to Greenland. We have started a market dialogue with a number of international energy companies who is very interested in developing these sites here. And we will have an actual tender process next year where we will invite for bids. I also have to say it's a rather large investment. Just building the hydropower plants is probably somewhere between 2 billion and 3 billion euros. So it's not something that we can do ourselves. It's more or less the same as the Greenlandic gross national product. So we definitely need external capital. And then we also, the investors will need to come with the offtake industry themselves. This is, of course, not an amount of energy that we can use ourselves. These 2 areas alone, we estimate that they will provide something like 8,000 gigawatts hours yearly, perhaps a bit more, depending upon how you construct it. We will provide a 40 years long exclusive license for the investor, and that can be extended with 20 plus 20 years. Then we are also now coming back to the how question, how we're going to utilize our hydropower resources. We have started an active marketing process, of course, for the 2 large areas you saw before. on the other slides, but also for some of the smaller areas, which is more affordable. And we will also have in some of our cities surplus energy from the hydropower plants that can be used for different purposes. And we also inviting investors for using that cheap and clean energy. So in order to attract investors, we are having an online, we are marketing our resources online through social medias. We have developed this, this website you have here. And then we have provided for the two larger areas I was talking about before. It's in Greenland, we call them the Alcoa area, named after an American aluminum company who was actually developing this area. And in the process of developing the area, they collected a lot of data. So we have bought all that data away from the US company, and now we are sort of providing that data to our investors. So we have a rather extensive data package that we can provide. And then finally, we have an ongoing and close dialogue with different investors about the large area here. Of course, it comes with a huge risk if you're going to invest a minimum of $2 billion, and that's just for the hydropower plant. Then there will be several hydropower plants actually you need to combine. And then on top of that, you will need to have the off-take industry as well. So we are probably looking into an investment between 3 or 4 billion euros. So it's a huge investment. Then we have also asked our minister to go out and promote the investment. So here we have Calista Dunn, who you met yesterday, and who was also here this morning, and you will see again this afternoon at the World Hydrogen Summit this year in Rotterdam, talking about the possibilities in Greenland. And then finally, I just want to show you that we have set up a rather ambitious timetable for attracting these investors here. Right now, we are in a dialogue process with, as I said before, a number of investors. And the dialogue is basically about trying to come up with a tender document from our side next year in the summer of 23, where we can make sure that we can sort of pick the best suited company for Greenland. And that's about how this investment is going to develop our country. That's an important factor. But also a very important factor is that we do expect some sort of royalty paid to the Greenlandic society for utilizing our natural resources. As I showed you before, the price of electricity we can produce here will be very low and highly competitive, and we basically want a fair share of that. So that's some of the discussions we are having with companies right now. We will close the door, and then we will in December, and then we will work on the tender document, and then we will publish that in 24, and then in 23, and then by the end of the year we will receive proposals, or that at least that's the plan for a number of companies, and we will take a decision on who we should work with in 2024. And then they will be allowed an exclusive license. But we also know that the development and the data they can collect in this short period is not enough for them to take a final investment decision. So what they will be granted between 2 and 3 years to sort of finalize the project description. And then by the end of 26, we will expect them to take a final investment decision. And then they can start constructing in 27. In the period of time here, they will also need to do different kinds of environmental and social assessments of the project. So that's basically how we're going to develop the hydropower potentials here in Greenland. And we we expect that we will be contributing to the green transition, and also very much to zero carbon shipping by producing ammonia, and green hydrogen. So thank you very much for listening.
Any questions to Rasmus's presentation? Yes, over there. Can you please? Yeah. Is it on? It's on now. Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, Rasmus. Thank you for a very exciting presentation. I wonder, you had talked to us about 70 energy or 70 islands in Greenland.
Yeah.
Energy islands. Are you thinking of fueling them with green ammonia in the future?
I think that would be, and thank you for the question, of course. I think that would be for NukaSeoFit, who will be here later today to answer, but it's definitely a possibility. I guess what they are working on right now is an energy mix, combining first and foremost solar power with other energy sources. And in the years to come, it's our hope that we can introduce different kinds of green fuels, and hydrogen will be a natural green fuel in that process. But I think it's important that NukaSeoFit answer that question.
Yeah. Yeah, question here.
So thank you, Rasmus, for an excellent presentation. Lots of interesting information. I just wonder about one thing. You started off talking about ammonia, and then you ended up talking about hydropower. Is it the tenders, are they going to provide the entire value chain or only hydropower on the outset?
Now, the investors will need to showcase that they have an offtake industry, basically. So the tender is for the hydropower potentials, but we're not going to give a license to a company who don't know who they're going to sell the electricity to, basically. And there's a lot of talk about hydrogen or ammonia, but it could also be a third industry. I think that's for our politicians to decide. I should not decide that as a civil servant. It's a political decision who we should go for. But the discussion we had so far with the politicians is basically about the value of the resource and how much we will get to the Greenlandic society, but also how can this contribute to development of Greenland as an important thing.
Wonderful. Is there any other question from the audience here?
So it's really interesting, and if you look at the timeline you put up, it's compared to various mining projects here in Greenland, we see that's quite an ambitious time schedule. Do you think, is there a reason that you think this is faster to, or are you agreeing that it's faster to, that this is a fast time schedule?
Yeah, it is a very ambitious timeline, and perhaps we have to change it a little bit. But the discussions we had with investors was basically that they prefer a short timeline because it takes up resources in their end. It's costly for them to have the process going on. So a fast decision is in their interest, basically. So we have actually moved the timetable a little bit forward based upon this dialogue we had last year with potential investors. But I also want to go back here and say this is actually an important figure, because what we're seeing up here is that we have the advantages, the competitive advantages right now. So if we sort of delay the process too much, we will end up here where we cannot gain the same kind of surplus in Greenland as we can if we start up here. So it's also about making sure that we benefit as much from the investments as possible. So that's an important part. And the second thing is, each year that we wait, we are losing a lot of money. It's simply going into the ocean.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Rasmus.
Thank you.
Thank you for a nice presentation. We will now have a coffee break until 10:35. Yeah, be back at 10:35. Hej så. Jeg præsenterer. Det vil være godt, hvis folk begynder at komme tilbage til det. Up. It would be nice if you could come back to your seats, please. Yeah. We are starting up again. We are now starting up session 6, implementation. And to implement anything, almost anything, we definitely need an economical financial background. So now we will listen to Harald Rogge's presentation. Harald is country leader at Nordic Investment Bank, and he is here with us online. Mr. Rogge holds a master's degree in economics at the Norwegian Business School. Since 2018, he has worked at Nordic Investment Bank and is currently in charge of improving and maintaining key stakeholders' engagement and relations to Nordic Investment Bank. Harald, welcome.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure for me being here with you in a way. I really wish I could come and be physically together with you, but that wasn't possible this time, I'm afraid. So hopefully for the next session that you're having, you're kind enough to invite me again, and I will certainly join you and be together with you physically. I've been invited here today to talk from a perspective of a banker, and more precisely an investment banker. Investment banker being someone who's engaged in financing capital expenditures, we could say, in very short. And the title of what I'm going to talk about is Financing the Green Maritime Sector. What are investors looking for? So, heading off, just to give you background who I'm coming from and who I'm representing. The Nordic Investment Bank is owned by the Nordic and Baltic governments, and you can see the split of the ownership on the right-hand side on this slide. It was founded in 1975. Later on came the Baltic nations, and it targeted then productivity in the region. It was in a time when commercial banks weren't able to raise the financials that was needed to develop the region as it was wanted. Later on, we have also increased our focus more and more on sustainability, and we've been doing that for 10 years now. And I guess that is more or less the longest focus on sustainability any bank have had in the Nordic region, sorry. So we are kind of outbeating the commercial bank. That being said, the commercial banks are really up to speed now, and we look upon that as a brilliant opportunity to cooperate, because what we are going to do here to achieve the green shift, we really need everyone, and we need everyone to cooperate. So moving on, what we can say from a basis is that the world needs a fleet renewal. That will entail large investments, as you are aware of. For short sea, one can say that electrification is key. For deep sea, the picture is not so clear. The new fuels represented by like ammonia, methanol, and hydrogen, and they all need to be green, is key. And the difficulty with this is that we need to scale up production in order to meet the needs and in order to meet the security that investors in shipping have to be certain to get the fuels that they're actually catering for in their new vessels. So what we're having is a need to invest in a fleet and to invest in new fuels. So there are huge capital needs. And the banks in this huge capital need and in this environment are looking for the front runners and the right risk sharing. Somebody has to take the risk on the technology, and somebody has to take the risk on the use and the market. I'll get back to that. And the banks can take the financial risks that are involved. But to do that, we really need to understand the underlying business. And that is hard for us as it is hard for you. So this means all in all that public-private partnerships need scaling. And in this, I think Export Credit Agency has a key role. Export Credit Agency cater for financial solutions on behalf of the governments in its country. And I think all the Nordic countries have export credit agencies that are used for this purpose. And in this way, by using them, the authorities manage to put quite a lot of financial muscles on the table, actually without burdening their budgets too much. That is important from their side. Also, we should mention regional investment banks like the European investment banks, who I guess you have heard about. This is the EU's own investment bank. It's large. And then in the Nordic region, we have the Nordic Investment Bank. And those two are working more or less in the same way. We have a clear mandate, but also scaling is needed. And to scale these banks is also a political decision. And I think that NIB is taking on a role now that is very important, but we could be even stronger and take on a larger role in this green shift that we are seeing in front of us. So what are we looking for once more? We are looking for green and sustainable linked loans. that is kind of the way that banks want to assure that the loans they are giving are actually leading to a change and to improvement in sustainability. As capital is scarce, I think if you look at the right-hand side here, I'm asking who would politicians and banks support first? I think that is those with the highest realistic ambitions and those with the most material changes, KPIs meaning key performance indicators, meaning, for example, reduction in the CO2 emissions or reduction in use of fuels. Also, those will provide the most state-of-the-art reporting because we need to see that the changes are actually happening. And finally, those that have the acknowledgement from a third-party performance verification. On the left-hand side here, you see what we are putting into this. Targets needs to be ambitious. They need to be credible and have a planned measure. We are looking at targets that are set out for us, for example, by the EU. And we are looking at targets in the long-term perspective, for example, towards 2030, but also 2050 and 2055, an important year for the shipping industry in terms of getting emissions down. And then we are breaking those targets down into yearly targets in order to kind of be able to monitor and work together towards a more sustainable world. We can't have targets that we only reach in 2055, for example, without actually following it on the way. There needs to be gradual improvements all the way. Further reporting seems to be very important as well. And then the fourth thing here, the third-party performance verification is important. But because for politicians and banks to be able to direct the funds that are limited, as you know, in the right direction, we need someone to verify and actually rank the different investors or the different operators in this market, those who want the financing. And we want to be there and support the best ones. So we need someone to tell us who are the best ones in doing this. So that is very important. It comes with a cost. It's a bit like a new form of auditing for a company, but it's a form of auditing that will take more and more place and be more and more important in the years to come. So I have an example here that I want to pull forward. It is Torghatten Hydrogen. It's a hybrid vessel that is going to traffic Bodø and Lofoten. In the background here and the start of everything is the fact that in Norway, ferries is a part of the public road infrastructure. So actually it's administered by road authorities. And the first public contribution of great importance here is the 15 years concession for this ferry distance between Bodø and Lofoten. That gives the operator a basic or a base cash flow to run this activity. It also provides those who want to develop the new fuels, in this case hydrogen, a basis and a future cash flow if they manage to capture this contract. As you see here, there are a number of different energy providers who's actually working on this. I mentioned Nordkraft, Shell, and Linde in one joint venture, Gass Nord and Sogn og Fjordane Energy in another. And they are going to compete then on providing the hydrogen for Torghatten. It provides a basis actually to develop that business. And it actually provides all of this together, a basis for a bank to finance both the hydrogen production, because we know it will be taken off by a ferry company, and it provides also opportunity to finance the ferry company, because we know they have a public contract, a concession for 15 years. So this is a way to start the scaling of the financing here. It's a public-private partnership, one could say, in its own way, and it means increased public engagement. I don't think that it's possible to develop and make the green shift without having that. Once again, I mentioned also export credit agencies in my introduction. I want to mention them again. They are very important, and they have quite large capacity, even though it needs to grow more. Also, regional investment banks like NIB, but also more holistic investment banks like the European Investment Bank has a clear mandate and need to scale to meet the need like the one we have seen in this example. And it's up to the Nordic and Baltic governments to provide or to give NIB that bigger kind of role to support this development. I think we can say that going some years back, it was good and sufficient for an institution like Nordic Investment Bank to provide financing for relatively kind of normal project with investment levels. So talking in euros, which everybody knows the value, I would presume here, like from maybe 50 to 100, maybe up to 200 million euros. That's not what we're talking about now. Now we're talking billions of euros. And I think it's important to see that all these public financial institutions needs to work together with the commercial banks and also understand and work together with the third parties, or the first parties, I should say, which is the public who needs to provide transport in this case, but also the industrials and the transport companies that are going to provide it. Just to kind of illustrate a bit better maybe and make it more understandable with this circle of events where we have, if we start on the top, the long-term public contract for ferry concessions provide basis for the infrastructure, building ships, and building up the infrastructure that is needed around these ships, and that could be taken over by the public sector afterwards. It provides the foundation for construction of new technology within the ferries and the operators. It ramps up commercial green hydrogen production to excess capacity, hopefully, so that also more projects than this ferry project that we looked up initially needs, so others can profit from the same investment. And we will have a development and a green shift coming on a broader perspective than only the ferry route that we were talking about provides. I'm taking one step to the side kind of here, because I want to just show you very briefly what are these green loans. I don't know how familiar you are with banks and financing as such. I guess all of you knows and are familiar with the fact that actually a loan is about an amount. It's about for how long can I loan the money and what is the interest rate. So what is happening in this transition now where the world is turning more green is that we're adding more to it. We're actually asking, how can you actually perform and bring the world in the direction that we want you to bring it? And we need that together. And how can we follow up on that? So there are in principle two different ways of doing it. If we simplify a bit, we have green loans and we have sustainability linked loans. So if we first look a bit at the green loans, the money in the green loans is normally used for a predefined project. For example, a vessel, an electric or hydrogen vessel. And then the focus that we're looking at is the impact of this specific vessel. And what the company commits to is a one-off shift in emissions. For example, by replacing a diesel-driven to an electric ferry. And it's a one shift, it goes from a relative considerable CO2 emission to zero. So the target is, of course, this permanent shift, and there are no adjustments to that. If you look at the sustainability-linked loans, it's a bit different because then we take on and look at the general corporate that we have in face of ours. For example, the hydrogen factory. The factory will have an overall impact, and that is what we're looking at. How much emissions are that they also produce that hydrogen green? Because if you produce that hydrogen based on energy from coal, it doesn't give a positive impact. It has to be produced by, for example, electricity, which is, I think, is the case, would be in Greenland. And then we would set up continuous improvement targets in the emissions, because this factory, it would run on certain KPIs, and there would be emissions probably, even though they are running on green energy, because there are other factors contributing to the production that could lead to emissions. For example, you need to build a building and have installments that you buy from elsewhere that is probably produced with some emissions. Anyhow, the production will always provide some emissions. In this sustainability-linked loan, we would look at the continuous improvements and bringing down, for example, the CO2 emissions in that, and eventually we will be completely green over time. So these are the two ways that banks generally look upon green financing, and how we try to kind of put that up in a way that is measurable and understandable for all the parties that are involved. So from that, I have a couple of conclusions, maybe too many, but I guess we've been heading at them all the time. The capital need is huge. We need to use all the competences we have in banking, both in commercial banking and as well as in public banking and investment banking, part of that I represent. We need free flow of capital, but we also need international acknowledgement of the frameworks that we have to work under. We need to understand, everybody, that we need to measure what is happening in order to see to and assure that we put the money in the best places. But also in this, authorities needs to be predictable, so we know what we can expect from them. This is, in a way, a combat. We need to solve this enormous tasks we have in front of us together. On one side, you could say that public sector needs to provide the infrastructure for large-scale production. It needs to be done together with industrials. And the private sector need to commit to long-term contracts, so we get all of this circle going around. Banks needs others to take risk on the technology. That is not our task. But once we see that there are parties that take on the responsibility for technology that we can trust, then it's possible to put money on the table. The reason for this is that there's not enough private venture capital. I mean, high-risk capital where the investors are expecting high degree of losses. We need to bring this into a shape where banks can be relatively certain that they will get their money back. So once more, it's a private-public partnership. It needs scaling. Export credit agencies are key, and I think also the regional investment banks like NIB and EIB has a clear mandate and needs scaling too, and can play a role of importance in this. So that was what I wanted to bring forward to you today. I hope kind of this gives you some kind of insight in how we're thinking in banks. I could have gone more into details, of course, that would require more time. And that's the reason why I really had hoped to be with you there today. Let's hope I can be around next time, so we can have these small chats around in the corridors before and after. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, Harald. Thank you very much for your presentation. We have time for one question only because we are a bit behind schedule. There's a question over there. And please, when the mic is not on when you start to speak or ask your question, it's not because it's not on, it's already on. So do not push the button. It's because they need to turn on the sound over here.
Yes, boss. Thank you, Harald. On one of your earlier PowerPoints, I quote, you said that institutions like NIB, EIB should play a larger role without incurring direct costs. Could you elaborate a little? What is the extra role?
Yeah, the role I'm thinking about is actually to provide funds, because you need, because as you know, all the countries that we have around us, they have limited resources in their budgets, and they can't put money from their state or public budgets into this to a large extent. And that's why they use these financial institutions like ECAs, export credit agencies, as well as investment banks, because we are raising our funds in the financial markets. So we're taking money from investors around the world and bring money to the table. And actually, we are an instrument created by the authorities or the governments in our countries, but they don't need to put the money penny by penny on the table. We see to that that is happening ourselves. So that's what I mean by that, not having to bring money in.
Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Harald. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now we will continue. Yeah. Now we will continue to national investment by John Jacobsen, who is the Vice Director at Grønlandsbanken. Mr. Jacobsen has worked at Grønlandsbanken since 2021 and holds a master's degree in management from the Education Center of the financial sector in Denmark. And presently, he is also a member of the Greenlandic Business Association, where he assists in conducting national economic policy recommendations. Welcome, John.
Thank you. I think you said 2021. Yeah, actually, I came to Greenland in 1991, so it's a couple of years ago. But it's okay.
Sorry about that.
That's okay. That's okay. Yeah. I'm getting breathless when I heard all the big figures coming from the NIB. We are quite a small bank compared to that, and I will show you on here. Yeah. My agenda, I'll introduce you to the Bank of Greenland. A lot of you know us already, but you're coming from abroad. I think it's nice for you to see what sort of bank we are. Then I have some talks about the green agenda. I have some explaining how we think or how far we are in the green agenda here in Greenland. And then how can we help? Yeah. We are a very small bank, as you can see, about 140 employees all over Greenland, with our headquarters here in Nuuk and 5 branches along the coast. We have approximated 55,000 customers, and you can figure when there's 56,000 people in Greenland, and a lot of them are customers by us. We have a market share for the small companies and private sector of 80-85% or something like that. And that's why we also are probably the smallest significant financial institution in the world. This is not a thing we are very proud about, because it just gives a lot of regulation and work. But we are a very small appointed CFI. Shareholders, and it sounds very great that we have the Bank of Greenland. It sounds very huge, but we are not a central bank, and we are not owned by the Greenland Home Rule. We are a commercial bank. We are listed on the Nasdaq OMX in Copenhagen. And if you see down by our owners, the registered owners, we all hear that pension funds in Denmark don't invest in Greenland. That's not true, as you can see. Actually, when they find a good investment, they come. Here are our profits, and that's not why I want to tell you how good we are, but we are a mirror of what's going on in Greenland. And that's for the investors coming from abroad here. It's very, very stable, and the Greenlandic economy is very stable. I haven't got the figures from giving you from the COVID period, but actually I think Greenland was one of the very few countries which had positive growth in the what's called GNP in the world, where other countries went down. We still had a certain growth, and you can see here, and that's also why we have very small losses generally. And this is not to tell you who is lending the money. It's telling you, you can see there is a figure of energy supply. We have absolutely no loans in energy supply, and we would like to. We would really like to be in that sector too. And I hope we are going on, because as some of you have seen in the local paper, just announced today from the government, we are at the moment talking with the EIB and NEB about financing of the new power plants, hydro plants in Greenland. But it's a long process, I think. I'm sure. You're nodding over here. Yeah. And for the green agenda, until now in Greenland, as you know, we have the first hydroelectric plant in 1992. I saw when he pushed the button down in Buxefjorden. Now we have 5 large hydroelectric plants. We have lower taxes on electrical cars, but there is a lot of way to go. We sometimes tell ourselves that we are very green, but we aren't. There's a lot to do here. So a little about how green we are, about our CO2 emission, our sustainable fishing. I know that's not about fuel, but I think that's still a green agenda. And then a little about lower prices on fuel. And here we come to money talks again. When the fuel is too cheap, why should we do hydro plants? CO2 emission. So is energy. There's these old figures from 2016. I think it's a little better now, but not much better. If you can see the energy, about 83% of our energy is coming from fossil. And that's far too much, by my opinion. We have some hydropower, but it's mainly used for heating in the larger cities. If you look around here on the roads or down in the harbor, you see a lot of boats, pleasure boats, I would say. Most of them, we see large cars going by fossil. So that could be quite much better. Sustainable fishing. You are well local here. You know that in the Bank of Greenland, I think it's 3-4 years ago, we stopped financing the dinghy fisheries because that's not sustainable. So we also have an agenda that we will take care about the nature, the fishery, anything in this world. And we really think about it. I heard Harald said that they have made sustainable loans for 10 years. Actually, we made our first 12 years ago, so we have thought it also quite some time. And another thing here, and that's, I think you as coming from abroad, you will take a deep breath now. That is our diesel prices at the moment. And I've made some countries to compare what's costing there, and you see we have prices like Qatar. We are half of the US. I don't want to mention Russia at this moment. We have a third of the prices in Denmark. I think that's much too cheap. I think we have about €10 in taxes on every liter. So that's not very much. And I think that should be much more, because then we have to think a little more about using fossil. So we have to act otherwise than just thinking about doing hydro plants. And the role of us, as you saw, we are a very, very small bank compared to NIB, EIB, and some other large banks, commercial banks. So we do make financing in other projects with other large banks, but we are the local connection. We are the people on the ground. And usually the larger banks like that we are a part of it, because we are the ones who can say, whoa, take care now. And we're used to make syndicated financing too. It's quite a part of what we are doing. We do it in some of the larger companies in this country too. And the green agenda is top of mind. Also because it's getting something we have to report about when we are making our annual accounts or annual reports. We have to tell our emission. And I know from next year, every time we are making loans for our commercial customers, we have to ask them, what is your footstep on the emission here? And I know Greenland is not ready for that. I don't think there is any of our constructors that could tell us how much they pollute. I'm quite sure. But we have to work with it. But we are top of mind, and we really like to do this. And now I haven't spoken about the green way to power boats or something like that. I don't know anything about it. But I'm sure there is very clever people here who could tell us how to do it. But I'm also sure that it had to be commercial. It had to be an advantage for your pocket. So, yeah. Questions also from the NRV, if they want to talk, they could just write, call, anything. We are ready, and we really would like to do it. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, John. Before you take off your headset, is there any questions to John's presentation?
One small thing I have to say, you saw the figures from the bank. I know when I'm showing that, I have to make a disclaimer. You always have when you're on the stock market. I haven't. So I have to say, you can't rely on anything I say. You can't use the figures for anything. Or you can't invest trusting the figures. But there they were.
Okay. Oh, there's a question over there.
Thank you very much for a nice presentation. You mentioned that the bank stopped loaning money for the dinghy fishers 4 years ago because it's not sustainable. How did the Greenlandic people or the public react?
Different, I would say. Of course, the dinghy fishers in probably in the Disco Bay, they were not that happy, of course. but I think we have, there was good understanding in a lot of other places. So, yeah, sometimes you have to do things that are not that popular.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your great presentation, John. Yeah. We will now continue to how Nukisiofi secure green onshore power and e-fuel supply. For this presentation, we have Ole Siemer, who is the project director at Nukisiofi. And Ole Siemer holds a bachelor degree in biology from Hamburg University, and another one in organization and leadership from Aarhus Work Academy in Denmark. He is a consul in Danish for Germany in Greenland. He is, and in his spare time, he loves kayak polo. Is it called kayak polo in English as well? And he does a lot of gardening. And he's, and last but not least, he's my neighbor as well. Welcome, Ole.
Yes, that's a lot of private stuff you're telling. Not yes, and I'm a substitute. That was my CFO that was supposed to stand here, but he didn't have the time, so I was I'm substituting. Yes, so I will tell you a bit about Nukisiofi. When I was asked to come here and talk about marine operations, I was like, I don't know anything about marine operations. It's like something that's happening in the harbor, so I don't know very much about that. And then they say, well, tell about something that you know. So I try to do that. Yes, this is our company, and in Greenland, I mean, everyone knows Nukisiofi is producing the energy. All the light is coming from Nukisiofi. But in an international perspective, it's like Greenland. There's a Bank of Greenland. It's a very small company. We have 20,000 customers. That's not very much, and we have But we providing energy all over the country, but it's not that there is an integrated net between the cities. So we have around about 70 places that are island-based grids where we produce energy. And in order to do this, we have 91 power station. What is it? Elværker, power stations. We have 70 water plants that is providing drinking water, and we have also 23 heating plants. And if you compare this with a different supply company in Denmark or something with 20,000 customers, that is a small part of a city, and they usually don't have a power plant at all. So this is like just to show you that there's a huge infrastructure that we have to pay for in order to provide energy to our 20,000 customers. And 20,000, if we have, this is because it's most of our customers are families, households. So this is why it's not 58,000, because all people in Greenland are getting energy from Nukisiofi, at least from New Year. We are part of the home rule of the Greenland government, and we refer to the Ministry of Agriculture, Self-Sufficiency, Energy and Environment. And if you just heard from Greenland Bank that they have no official no loans in energy, that is why, because we part of the government, so we get our money from the government. And we don't take loan in private banks. Yes. Our prices, you just heard about the oil prices. This is our electricity prices. It's a fixed price. It's not changing in day or night. It's not changing in winter or summer. It's always the same price in all villages, in all towns. There is, and it's 1 krona 65 per kilowatt hour for electricity and power. We also have drinking water, where we sell a cubic meter for 20 kronas. And if it's heating, we also deliver in hydropower places and where we have residual heating. We provide heating to households, and there the prices are a bit different. It's like a difference between 50 øre and 71 øre per kilowatt hour. So it's a bit cheaper because we have to compete with the oil. So there are no taxes on this. This is just a plain price. And there's no division between production and distribution and selling, but with 20,000 customers, it's impossible to make even smaller units, I would say. Yes. Now, when we talk about what could we do for the harbor, there's a harbor, there's an operation down there, and what could they use in energy? And this is a distribution from 2021. This is actually our hydropower plant, and this is all the weeks a year, and you can see the production. This top here, this is if all turbines would run all the time. That would be the potential that you could produce if there's enough water. And here in summer, we have to take at least 1 turbine out at a time to make maintenance and things like this. So there is a gap here in summertime where we do our maintenance, and the rest of the times the turbines in theory could run all the time. So what we have here, this is the portion in Nuuk where we produce power like electricity, light, and everything running on this devices. The red one. Oh, sorry. The red one is the power for the district heating and also interruptible heating, where we provide heating for households and things like this. And the gray is actually what is not used. So there is potential. There is energy that we could sell to the harbor if they need it, and we could increase this number. Also because the heating is a different pricing, and we could substitute some of this if there's some real energy that would be used in the harbor. And there is a big difference between summer and winter. This is also interesting to see that in summer we would actually have a bigger potential of providing extra energy to the harbor. In winter, we getting close to that. We would have to take it from the heat. So this one is actually a typical winter day. It's 24 hours of a typical winter day, and there you can see that in the wolf hour, when everyone is cooking their food and everyone is coming home and plugging their electrical cars into the box, then we actually produce most energy, and all 3 turbines are running at the maximum. And we also have to start produce some of the heat from our oil boilers in the district heating system. So in wintertime, we would have to produce more of this, more heating in the district system, and then we could sell more of this energy to the harbor. It is possible, but it would be a reduced amount of CO2 savings, so to say. So, yes. And why is that? This is because if you produce energy from a diesel engine, the amount of energy that you have in the oil, there's only around about 1/3 coming out as electricity. The rest is lost as heat, so to speak. We can have in cities where we only have diesel we can use the heat as residual heat and use it in the district heating, and then we might get a ratio of 1 to 2 maybe out of this. So this we can increase this, but it's not that efficient like oil boilers. So if you have an oil boiler, you can get almost all the energy out of the oil. You just burn it and you get heat, and all the heat you can use to heat up a house. So this is like with new oil boilers, the percentage is going up. It might be 95% of the heat you actually can use for your tap water and for the heating of the house. So this one is where we really can save energy. Everything that can replace engine hours with hydropower, this really saves CO2. The heat also saves CO2, but not in the same ratio. So if there are cranes, if there are infrastructure things running in the harbor, and we could turn them in electricity, we would save more CO2, and if it's just heating. So we can substitute heating with real power. And then I took the last one because the subject was also e-fuels. And just to tell you that e-fuels is very energy cost. It's a high energy cost. And we don't have that amount of energy that we can reduce. It would be best to use the energy directly instead of putting into a chemical and losing a lot of heat and everything from it, and then shipping this to somewhere and then burn it off. It's not efficient in our small productions. Yes, and so I got the task, and I had to think about marine operations. So I went into my archive. It's the inbox of my emails, and I found an old report from 2016. And they actually did a survey. I don't know if it already is presented here on this conference, but the Norske Veritas, they actually went to Nuuk in 2015, and they made a report. What can be done to reduce CO2 in the harbor operations? And they had 3 solutions, and one is that you could make cold ironing and the container kai. Cold ironing means that you stop the engines on the ship and plug in a cable, and then you use the electricity instead of the engines. So this could reduce 1,000 tons of CO2 a year. We could do this in the oil terminal, which is around here somewhere, I think. And there are 2 ships laying there all the time, and there you can save some tons. And then you could do a more complete, where you do a lot of infrastructure buildings, but you would not save so much more because it's how much energy is also available. So this was 2016, but what they also said is that none of these solutions is economical feasible. So at least if you don't put money on this, local emissions, noise reduction, environmental reputation, image, stimulation, local economy, activity, and things like this, if you don't put money on these plus, then the thing is not economical feasible for the society. So you have to have the will to do something, and then you have to price the will, and then you can do something about it. Yes, and then I told you that theoretically, if we have enough water, we have this possibility to use all the energy. The problem right now is that this is the existing reservoir for the Nuuk hydropower plant in Buxefjord, and it's a long lake. It's 35 kilometers long, and you can see the white stripes here, and this is 9 meters. So 9 meters, this is like 4 persons. This is how much the water level is dropped since 2005. So what we see is that we are reducing, even this year when there was a lot of rain, we still reduce the water level in the reservoir. So we have to act, we have to do something, and we have calculated that depending on how much rain there is coming, everything, we will reach a critical level and then we can't produce any more heating. We would have to substitute some of the heating with oil boilers. And we have calculated this, that it would be like 30 to 80 million kroner we would use an extra oil when we hit the lowest level. We still could produce all the electricity, all the power electricity with hydropower, but we would have to substitute some of the heating with oil. So, and the government of Greenland, they already have passed a law that we have to react on this. We have to build an extension of the hydropower plant in Buxefjord. And this is the plan. This is the existing lake. This is the transmission line to Nuuk. This is Nuuk and the harbor. And so there's another lake, like I think it's 15 kilometers from the existing reservoir, and it is 200 meters higher than the first one. And the idea is to get extra water from this reservoir, and then fill up our reservoir, and then we would have enough water to make an extra power station here also. So what we could do is we could install, the plan is to install a 100 megawatt total capacity on the hydropower plant, 55 megawatts extra. This is more than the double with what we have today. And we would have enough water, so we don't have to be afraid of the level is dropping. And even though the city is growing, and we expect that there will be, the city will grow and there will be extra heating potential to change to electricity instead of oil, there will still be enough energy to do something about the harbor and the marine operations. Still, I don't think it would be enough to make e-fuels and everything, but we could start with the things in the harbor, the cranes, the vehicles, also cold ironing on the ships when they are sitting on the quay. That would be possible. With our small energy amounts, I don't think e-fuel is the right answer here. But we have the government of Greenland also works on the big potentials in Manitsoq, and if this is going to happen, this might change the game. But I don't know very much about that, so you have to ask our government about that. Yes. We already heard that we have 5 hydropower plants. I started with Nuuk because it's the biggest one. It's the easiest one to explain. But we have actually several ones. Nuuk, this is the first one from 1993. We have the second one actually is Hydropower in South Greenland, but it's much smaller, only 7.2 megawatts. We have Darsilaq in 2005, only 1.2 megawatts. So in international scale, this is not a huge hydropower plant. This is a small one, very small one. Sisimiut, we have 15 megawatts, and the newest in Bergitsoq to provide energy for Ilulissat, where we have 22.5 megawatts. And this is actually the hydropower plant where we have most energy, extra energy, and we work a lot with the local area to substitute oil boilers and things like this. So we do a lot over there. The problem is in Ilulissat, yeah, I have a picture, but the harbor is here, and there's no place for the ships really to stay in there. So they go in very fast, go out very fast, and cruise ships and everything, they stay outside because there's no space in the harbor. But the municipality of Ilulissat, they have a very ambitious plan to build out the areas, and they want, they get this new airport laying here. They want to build a whole new area. This is the old city. This is the existing city is here, and this is the existing harbor actually. And this is a new part of the city that is not yet built. And they want to build this. They want to use this harbor. I have a extra. This is just went out last week, where they ask for people's opinions. What would you say to this? So this is in the harbor over here. Then they have the airport, and in future they also want to build a second harbor up here. And all I can say is that yes, that sounds good. It's good with plans, with ambitious plans. But remember to put the infrastructure, put electrical cables with it, and do this with the financiation from the start. Just don't start with building the harbor, and then afterwards you say, oh, we should have built some extra cables, and we should have done something more that we can use the electricity. So, yeah, but it's very interesting plans, and so we have to see. And last but not least, I want to mention there is extra plan. This is also part of the law from the Government of Greenland to build an extra hydropower plant close to the city of Rasnjengewied, where we want to provide energy to Rasnjengewied and also provide energy to Aasiat. We calculate that we can produce 90 gigawatt hours a year. That would be comparable with a hydropower plant in Ilulissat in size. But this will, if we put all the heating and the electric power that there is in these two cities that we can provide, we still think we only can use 85% of the total energy amount will be from hydropower. So there will still be some areas that will not be renewable, so to speak, especially in the heating. Yes. So maybe to set this into relief with our small hydropower plants, I just looked up, I just make a Google research. I don't know anything about maritime operations, so I just used Google, and I was looking onto this. And they just ask cruise ships, how big are they? What do they use in energy? And this is like very interesting to see that actually they have a typical cruise ship for 3,000 passengers, which is a huge size for Greenland. But it is 45 to 90 megawatts in installed machines. This is the size or double the size of the hydropower plant in Nuuk. It's not something that we just substitute here in Greenland. So we have to be sure about our ambitions. What do we want? And we shouldn't reach much too far, because then we will give up. But we have to do the small success. We have to start here and do something about that. Yes. Also, when these ships go to harbor, they typically lay in a very short time. We have a short payback time because the infrastructure is huge. We have to invest a lot in cables and installations, and then maybe only 4 or 5 hours a day where the ship is actually in harbor. So I think I will use some of these points later on when we have a workshop. So I will go a bit more in detail into this. And yeah, so I thank you for your attention. And if there are any questions.
Thank you very much to Ole Siemer. Before you go, Ole, I would like to hear if there's any questions to Ole's presentation. Yeah.
Thank you. Just a short one. I might have heard the information differently or in the wrong way on Tuesday. But at the power plant, the hydropower plant, they said that the water level actually have risen 4 meters this summer because of the rain. If that's true or not?
It rises every year. But this is when there is a melt and water's coming in from the melt. I think we still don't know how it is the end of the year. But yes, of course, when there's a lot of rainfall and so on, then the water level will rise. But the question is if it rises above last year at the same place and so on. So yes, there might be some optimistical view that say, well, all this rain must be good for something. It is definitely, but in general, the tendency is that it is falling, and even though it might get a few centimeters above last year's level in New Year's Eve, well, it still only saves us maybe 1 year extra. So yeah, and we have dry years where it falls double the speed. So yeah.
Okay, one last question. We are very much behind time.
Yeah.
Can you please stand up?
Yes. Lisbeth from Royal Greenland. You have done some calculation about cruise shipping. But of course, I think Royal Arctic Line and Royal Greenland and Polar Seafood is very much interesting also to have electricity to the vessels when they are by shore. Yeah, and I just want to know if you had done some calculation about that, because I think we come there more usually, and we are at the shore much more than the cruise ship.
I didn't. The Norske Veritas, actually, they did investigate all the ships and looked different ship types and how much energy they use. And in general figures, it's 1/10 of the amount a cruise ship uses for cargo ships. So this is much. If you don't have all the passengers with a warm that want to have a warm shower and things like this, it's much less energy you use for this. Yeah. But I don't have the exact figures. So, but there we have to have experts.
Thank you very much,
Yes.
Ole. Yeah, thank you for a nice presentation. And we have a little time or rescheduling of the program because we are a bit behind time. So we're only gonna have one panel discussion today. So after the next presentation, we will have a lunch break. Can you all please stand up a little bit, because some people look a bit tired. I also get tired when I sit for too long. Yep. So the next presenter is about smart energy in Åland, and it's about renewable energy projects for ports. And the next presenter is Claes Ljungberg. Mr. Ljungberg holds a master's degree in international political science from Lund University. As a politician scientist, he has contributed to involving advanced energy system solutions. And apart from work, he spends a lot of time in ice halls, supporting his twins performing ice skating. Wonderful. And let's stretch our arms a little bit. Oh, thank you very much. You can sit again.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I had a fantastic moment just before lunch. I will try to be on point and into what the subject is, implementations. And since here in Greenland, you have started this journey, and we want to share a little bit of what we have done back in Finland and actually in where we have our testbed in the Åland archipelago. And we have some similarities, but we also have some differences. But I think this can be a little interesting, and some thoughts just before we have the lunch break and so on. And just a little bit about us, a company, me and my colleague Håkan is coming from, and what we're working on and why we're doing this. This is how we see the energy development coming from coal and so on and so forth into storage and sector coupling. We see and I think we have discussed this today, is that you need to see energy system as part of the society. Society change, you cannot see it as separate processes. And or just someone said you have to think about the cables when you build a harbor, otherwise it doesn't work. Our company, coming from the big research, national research programs in Finland, and they then decided to create our company, which are a product development company. And this is the areas we're working on: energy islands, ports, industrial hydrogen, and so on and so forth. And I think you can just visit our website. You can see more of that. It's not what's most interesting. I'll see if I can get the pictures right. Go do like this. This is Åland. Sorry if the picture is not coming totally right, but I think you can be fine. For you who are not aware about it, Åland is an archipelago in between Sweden and Finland, Swedish speaking. It's a big number of islands. We have like around 30,000 inhabitants. And our product development company, it was decided already in 2018 to start it as the national test hub for renewable energy projects, to test sector coupling, to see what can be done and what cannot be done. And what is special and what was challenging for us is that we have a cable between Åland and Sweden, but we also have a cable to Finland, but we're just using one. So we have the law, the regulations, and that's what we have been talking about here. That's Finnish. We are part of Finland, but we are semi-independent. But we're trading all the power on the Swedish SE3. So then that starts to be complicated. And then when you want to do a lot of renewable projects, then you have to take this in account. And we felt that was very smart. I was not the one who decided to put it here, but it was actually smart because it's complicated. So we have a project where we do a lot of different small and big projects, see how they interact, see what happens. And when we discuss this implementation, I think it's fair to say that it takes some time. Johnny, who's coming from Åland, who's a real Greenlandic, I think that what we're doing here is like building a house. You lay the foundation. You have to have policies, you have to have laws, you have to have regulations. And once you have started work with that for a certain time, then you see the start of projects. And our product development company, we have been like the test hub for this. And what we've done now with the projects, and we have had some 30 projects, is very much that we now can use these projects for, if it's just giving you a picture of how many different projects it is, and you don't have to go in to look at all of this now, but it's plenty. And some have been fantastic, and some have been not so really good. So, but we are very eager to share the experiences and also see how we can spin out and use these experiences in other places. So our product development company, we work in Åland, of course, we work in Finland, we work in the Nordic countries, but also internationally, where we can use this. And coming back to maybe the best and most important lessons I'll just share in a few minutes here, but we believe when we have been doing this from the start, as part of our DNA in our company, but also in the whole Smart Energy Åland project that we have been running, we have believed that you have to have a community or even citizen engagement. You cannot start, even if it's renewable. So we have a lot of wind power, for instance, on the Åland Islands. You cannot start this or district heating programs or electric cars or whatever you want to do without having a dialogue with the citizens and other stakeholders in the society. It's very key for us. And we see this is a key also now with starting other projects with offshore wind or with hydrogen, that we are in dialogue with the society, with the community from the start. We are, so to say, open for the dialogue and the criticism for the projects before we starting. And one of the key things here that we have been doing from the start and that we see is really beneficial is that not only have this kind of, we believe that this is like this and you have your opinion. We have an energy portal. So you can see online, I think for our colleague from Färöarna, he had something similar. You can actually, as a citizen or an interested person or a company, go in and see it live every day. This is just taken a few days ago. What is the energy? What kind of energy are we using on the Åland archipelago? And there was very much wind, as you see these days. And you can follow this on a live stream. Or you can have it in different platforms. And I think coming back to that, not just say that this is good for the environment, for the future, for the climate. You actually have to prove what you say. And you need to be open to have a dialogue about that. That, I think, is something that also important here in Greenland, but also in other places that we work. As I said, we have been working. I can give you just a couple of examples. It was not so easy with this one today. But we have done this energy. We have, of course, working with the ferries. There are 10, Johnny, isn't it correct? 10 domestical ferries on Åland. We're changing a ferry every second year. And then we're looking into what can be electrical, what can be other e-fuels. So this is kind of examples of things that we do and what you can learn from. But even there, once again, if you have that kind of dialogue, it's very important for people with the ferries. It's their way of commuting between work and so on. You cannot just change it without having a dialogue with the citizens. So that has been very, very important. One thing that comes in discussion here, what we do in Greenland and what we have done and will plan to do in the Åland. We have very big plans for offshore wind. And especially for the north part, it's like 4 gigawatt. If you are not engineers, this is a lot. It's like a nuclear power plant. It's quite remote area north of Åland. It's not a shipping lanes. It's not a lot of birds there, so you don't disturb so many people. And still, we need to have the citizen dialogue. And we have done quite a lot of studies around offshore wind because of this. And then, of course, we also discuss, are we going to take the power into Åland, or are we going to take it with cables to Finland or Sweden, or is the discussion to actually produce hydrogen on site and fill up ships there, or actually pipelines? So it's different scenarios that have been discussed. But for a small nation like Åland, with 30,000 inhabitants, discussion, negotiations, and so on with big players in the energy area, it's not so easy. You need to understand what are the benefits for the people on Åland to build the offshore wind. And I think that Åland now have been, since we have the smart energy project, and since we have done this with onshore wind before, which are not so very, it's of course a debate about onshore wind even in Åland, but not as big as it is in Norway, I would say. Just give an example. Then we are in a better position with the offshore wind debate now in the Åland. But we, of course, are open for having dialogues with different stakeholders about this also. Little about lessons learned. This is how we see it. And also in connection to when you have, as the previous speaker said, you have excess power that you can use for something. You can see it from different scenarios. You can see it from the cities, the community scenario, but you can also see it for onshore, from the shipping industry, so to say, and the ports are very integrated part of this. And I think we can discuss this much more, but I think that we don't see ports or the shipping industry as isolated as it might have been before. We see it much more as industrial parks that will create jobs, will create communications for people, for goods, and so on, as part of the society. And then, once again, a port or that kind of installation need to be accepted by the society. And especially when you're starting then to accept, you might have to produce your own power. You cannot just consume power. That will not be acceptable in the future for ports. Keep time. I think we can discuss this, who are interested, but this is how we see it. I think it is in the package you get, how we see the future of logistics from a more technical point of view. We see also green ammonia as a very big and important new carrier for the future of transportation. We have done a picture. I can see if you can see it here. It's a little difficult here, but this is little. We can see a scenario for Greenland where you're using excess power from the hydropower, or maybe future wind, for producing ammonia, producing hydrogen, but also producing, if you can see it here, excess heat that you can use for fish farming. It's little also what we have done when we discuss these things in Åland. We also have fish farming onshore in the Åland archipelago. We talked about implementation, and I should try to keep the time. Our company, we are going into a phase where Johnny and other people have laid much of the foundation, but we are now, so to say, starting up real projects. This week, we have just had the first decision on an investment on a green ammonia cargo ship. We are involved in Green North 2 as an owner and a product developer who produce the green ammonia. So this is not just a lot of theories. Now we're actually taking investment decisions. We have also this week, which I didn't have the time to put in, I couldn't do that because it was before. We have one of our subsidiaries have just taken in a decision about hydrogen fueling for heavy trucks. For what will be in the first fueling stations in the middle of Finland. So I think it can be important that, because we have discussed a lot of both theories but also possibilities, but also see that these things are happening now, and not just for us, of course. It's a lot of different companies doing things, but it's quite cool. I think I can wrap it up with that. I will just try to keep the time for your lunch. Questions, comments? We're competing with lunch.
There. Yeah.
Rasmus.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I think it's very clear to see the similarities between the Åland and Greenland. Could you elaborate a little bit upon how much surplus energy is needed for starting some of these Power-to-X projects?
Yeah, it's a very good question, and question we often get to work with the product development. If we should just be very clear, if you want to produce ammonia today, and you're using whatever, normally you're using natural gas today, you would say that you would need at least 200 megawatt. That's how it is. But of course, if you can, so to say, add part, then you could maybe start one around 50 or something like that. But 200 megawatts is a small green ammonia plant today. On the other hand, that's ammonia. If you're talking about green ammonia, if we see that will be a demand for green ammonia that's actually produced from hydro, from wind and so on, then maybe if the price is a little higher, then of course the price go down. But this is with the prices and we have for electrolysis today, and we think it will come down. I would say one more thing, that just to make it understandable how we work as a product developer. We use for all renewables that we put in the mix, you need to do quite advanced modeling. We have this energy portal, but you can see very easy what's happening in the system. And for us to take decisions about projects, you need to do modeling. And I would just urge, because we work with different countries, to not save money on that. Normal modeling with normal energy systems before was on a daily level or an hourly level. You can still see Arena, for instance, that I have been working with, do studies on hourly levels. You need to go down on a second level. You need to have it much more precise to be able to see what's happening in the system, but also to see when you will get excess power that you can use, for instance, for dynamic producing of hydrogen, and then you can use then for ammonia production. So that's something I would urge everyone to see, that it's become more complex than it was when you just burned oil.
Thank you.
Yeah, one more question.
One more, yeah.
You mentioned the public involvement.
Yeah.
Could you elaborate a bit on how you actually undertake that?
Yes. We, as our company, when we started it in 2018, the first employee, besides the CEO, was as a citizen engagement manager. And I think that to be very transparent and not just having, I think what we have tried to do in the project we are involved, either if we're running them or we're investing in them, is that it shouldn't be so much opinions when we discuss these things. It should be quite hard facts. We need to go down. We're coming back to what you say about modeling. We need to be able to prove that our figures are correct and understandable. I mean, if you're taking our energy portal, when you can see what's happening in the system, if you take a normal energy system with SCADA data, you have to be going to university to be able to understand that. But that's not acceptable. You need to communicate, like the Farran example or our energy portal. You need to have tools that you can communicate with citizens so they can understand, okay, we have more wind power now. What will happen? How much less CO2 will we emit? Today, tomorrow, that have to be done in a much more, and that's a must. We cannot just be energy producers as we was before, and we cannot hide behind the fact that we do green energy. That's not acceptable. We need to be much more on point and very precise with our facts. And then of course, if people have other opinions, that I'm full aware, but we should be less, from our side in energy industry, we should be more correct in our communication.
Thank you very much, Claes Lundberg.
Yeah,
Claes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you very much for a great presentation. Thank you. Yeah. We will now have a lunch break until 1 o'clock, but please be here like 2 minutes before 1 so we can start exactly at 1. When we start, I will do an instruction for the breakout sections. And yeah, I wish you a great lunch. Divide you into two groups, big main two groups. So if you look here, there's a maritime business. So the first three groups you see here will go over to the room called the Vindskabssalen over here at the corner. So when you go outside, there's a big room over there at the corner. And then the last four groups here will keep staying here. This list is hanging right outside here, the wall, and over there across the hall here. So you'll be able to find your names. And if you're not on the list, please let us know. Then we will add you to a specific group. When you come out to the breakout rooms, there'll be two presentations, 2 times 10 minutes. And after those 20 minutes of presentations, there'll be 3 questions you will discuss in your group and write down. We will give you questions, and then will be able to mark down your answers. And at the end of your group working, you need to summarize what you have written and be prepared to participate or add to the panel discussions afterwards, after 3 o'clock this afternoon. Yeah. Yeah. And then when you have those small groups here with names on, and like it says foyer, that will be out here. And then if we go further up, for instance, there's some names for the rooms where you will do the group working. So Bølge, for instance, on the side up here, Merete and Aviaya and Christian and Elise will be assisting you to show you to your rooms, to the rooms where you will have your group working. Yep. Is there any questions to it? No, if not, then let's start to split up. So find your name on the list and find out where you are going to be the first 20 minutes. Yeah. So, yeah, so if I'm just going to go up a little bit. Everyone on this list you see right now are going to Vindskabssalen. The list is also hanging out there. The list is also hanging over here and over there as well. Men når de er klar. Juhu, juhu. Du sagde jo op. Men ikke nok, der ringer. Du skal med i panelen, ikke? Du må gerne sætte dig ned allerede. Ja. Shit! Nej. Jeg tror, folk skal jæse ind. Derudfra. Ja. Det var ikke meningen at tale om det. Hvad er det? Ungarn. Op. We are now very close at the end of this conference. Can people please find their seats? Wonderful. Sven, are we missing someone? Oh, no, there. Yeah. Wonderful. I think everyone's back here again now after the breakout rooms and the group sections. Yeah, we are now at the final stage at this conference, and now we are going to do a panel discussion wrapping up conversation. And Sven, welcome. You can take the words now.
I'll take your microphone. Microphone. Okay. Yeah. So we had. I hope you had good discussions in the group. Just keep trying. Okay.
Otherwise, you will get more confused.
It's working now.
Så på den samme tur.
Der er ikke... jeg vil ringe dig.
Thank you. We come to the final part of this conference.
Vent lige lidt. Wait a moment. Vent.
I'll use this one. So we have come to the final conclusion of this conference. Only thing after us will be a concluding speech from Minister Kallisat Lund. And we have been divided into two themes in 4 groups. And I'm just going to start by having feedback from the various groups, what you found. And I think I start with Nathaniel on the far part over there.
Okay, thanks. I was part of the infrastructure group discussing the questions raised there, and the first one was, of course, to try and list some of the obstacles that we might find for infrastructure development in Greenland. We came up with a top 4 list that we were working with for finding also the solutions here. So we had the relatively low technical maturity for solutions is a problem for a region that is very dependent on its energy supply and shipping. And we also see a challenge where Arctic conditions is quite unique to Greenland compared to other areas in the world, meaning technology being developed might not always be feasible for Arctic conditions. So that's number 1. Number 2, we had the sensitive climate for political willpower and having clear ambitions on where to go for the green transition. That is a challenge to overcome for these long-term investments that are needed. We have, of course, the energy supply security being a main obstacle to make sure that we can maintain that. And then the last one is also enabling an attractive business case for green solutions. So those were the 4 topics that we discussed the most. And for some of the solutions, well, learning from others was coming up a lot, working with others, not the least working with other Arctic communities with similar challenges. So Greenland is not so alone, and there are other networks out there that we could establish. That was the main concerns for developing solutions for Arctic conditions, let's say, for new technologies. And then for the politics, we need clear, ambitious goals, long-term goals. It was mentioned that the Paris Agreement should be ratified and as a starting point, and then also making sure that we can educate our politicians on the green transition and what's actually going on and what solutions are out there. That was also something that was discussed, how that could best be done, but that it should at least be done. And then engaging with local communities as well, making sure that they feel ownership to the solutions presented and can drive the change from local communities as well. And of course, we also said that access to energy security, well, you have a lot of renewable energy potential in these remote areas, and that could actually benefit the security of energy. We had the Energy Islands Network that was discussed as a good cooperation, and that should continue. And we also discussed a little bit about the potential for waste handling and maybe using it for biofuel production, as well as algae production potential in the area. And then finally, for access to green financing and green loans should of course be expanded upon. There's an environmental fund, I heard, that maybe could be expanded upon as well for enabling green infrastructure in local communities. And also prioritization for cost-effective solutions will definitely be needed. So those were some of the main points that we had in our group, I think. There were a lot of other topics discussed, but yeah.
Seems like we had a rich discussion. I just move straight over to the next group with the same topic. Could you elaborate?
Yeah, we were not in the same topic.
Oh, you had 3 groups, the same.
Yeah, but we were in the marine business.
Oh, I'm sorry. In that case, we'll jump to, and we jump to Rasmus, who
Thank you very much. I was gifted by being in a group with a lot of technical insight. So the discussion was very much on how we can implement various solutions. But some of the things we discussed was the chicken and egg problem that we will have. On the one hand, we will need the suppliers of green fuel to supply the fuel, but they won't do that before they have sufficient demand. And the ship owners, they're not going to invest in ships before they will have security that they can actually get the e-fuel or the green fuel. So that's one of the issues that we need to handle up here. So that was a discussion. Then we also discussed in the process while we are waiting for e-fuels like ammonia, what can we do? And drop-in drop-in fuels will be one of the possibilities. Bioethanol, for instance, and then there's some technical problems there if it's kept for too long time in tanks and so forth. So that was also some of the things we discussed. We also discussed the problem of price structure. We don't pay a premium price in Greenland for products where you don't pollute or don't have any emission. So some sort of tax on top of that could be a leeway to secure a green transition. Then we also talked about the need for investments to have shore power and how to finance that as an issue.
Quite a lot of issues there as well. Just pick up on one last point you mentioned, tax and pricing. Would that be something that could fly in Greenland to come up with certainly higher prices on diesel and electricity?
As a civil servant, I think I will leave the answer for that to my minister, who will come later today.
Right. Okay, because it's you have remarkably low prices.
We do, yes.
And they, being an outside observer, I imagine they will inhibit energy efficiency and also the transition to greener fuels.
That can be one of that could be a result, yes.
Yeah. Right. So I think we'll just move over to the next set of groups that worked on maritime. And I'd like to start with you.
Yes, we had a discussion of what kind of obstacles we see in our industry or projects within this transition towards green maritime operation. And there was a lot of different discussions in our group. One thing we get into was that the sense of urgency towards the green transition, we see that, we discussed that it's not so visible yet somehow, neither from the authorities or from the customers at some point. Of course, it's depending on which kind of maritime operations you're doing, but somehow the customers demand regarding climate climate impact for companies is not that visible yet at some point. So that's one thing that we discussed, that might be an obstacle to push forward with this green transition. One thing we discussed is also economy. We had we see that this transition needs some investments, and I think that we in overall do not have overview of the investments we need to go to this transition, green transition within maritime operations. But I think the overall perception is that the businesses need to invest a lot to go to this transition. Yeah, but saying that, we all agreed somehow that this transition is not passing by. We don't come into it sleeping, kind of. We have to be awake. We have to be within this development, and we see that we discussed that this development has come to be developed in the future. So it's not that some of us see that as a, what do you call, a thing passing by. It's going to be a big theme in future as well. So, and then should I just
keep on.
keep talking? Okay, great. And one of the things that we see as to overcome these obstacles I've mentioned just earlier is that of course the customers' demands are getting more visible, more higher customer demands, whether it's on the product base or anything else, but the demand of our companies to report and do something about the climate or our impact for the climate, but also the authorities' demands from the authorities. It could be some things, some of the things that push forward to this development in Greenland or in general in the maritime business. One of the things we also talked about is that the technology is still fuzzy, kind of. It's not clear, and it's not really one technology that solves everything at the moment. So it's also that matter that is a bit what you call a transition period is making it a bit difficult to see which way we're going because of the technology is not well developed yet, and we cannot say this technology is going to be the thing in future. So it's also a thing that that keeps the companies or the businesses maybe a bit what you call resilient about investments or this transition going forward. So, but we also think that there might be some different solutions, both regional or regarding the kind of business you're doing. Whether it's we're talking about the kind of long-range operation within maritime business, if it's short-term or short-range operation, there might be some different technologies that you have to choose as a company. Yeah, so it's. But at least what we talked about is that the technology is still developing, and it's hard to see what kind of technology to choose at the moment. But we all agreed that one of the things to overcome this situation is that we start to think about the future, start to design for conversion, as one of the presenters said in the group. We have to be able to convert our products or our material to be able to go greener in the future. So it's important that we start designing for conversion already now. So that's the thing. Yeah, and regarding the long-term aspect of the green value chain or the green transition and how we see the value chain within maritime sector it was a bit difficult discussion. We didn't have one solution, kind of, but then again, it's maybe because of the phase of the technology at the moment. The technology is still developing. There might be several solutions in future. So yeah, again, maybe this situation now with hybrid solution is a transitional thing, and maybe in 2050 we have no fossil fuel. We only have pure what you call green energy source at that time. So yeah, but it was a bit difficult to foresee the situation kind of in 2050. But we all agreed that it is going to be, there's going to be more and more demand on honesty, kind of within the business, within the sector, and also transparency on how you impact the climate issue from the industry, from the companies.
Thank you, Malik. I was in your group as well, and I just think you gave a good summary. We also talked about the value. There will be value chains with many options, and also that given the information flow and the consumers becoming more and more aware of how things are reported, that's on to your point on being honest and open, which will be very important, critical for all business really, and also to involve end users, communities, and consumers. That is right. I'd like to pass it on to we pass across Lisbeth because you're from the same company. So we move over to you, and then you at the very end. Yeah.
Okay. Just to supplement a lot of the good things you said, and we also talked a lot about that. But I think one of the obstacles we talked about was also the fact that the infrastructure in Greenland is really hard and really tough to, and it's a long way in the most of the Greenland, and I don't think you can foresee that all of the infrastructure will be ready for this in no seeable future in the at least in the longest out of the Greenland, and that also means that you have a lot of ships and you have a lot of infrastructure boats that is in your fleet that you will use in this infrastructure, and that makes it very hard for you to transition this. If you, for example, have a boat that needs to go to all the small villages, and you will have to buy a boat for this that has a specific depth, then you can't. It will have some requirements and some size requirements, and that we see as an obstacle for how you do this transition. We also talked about some of the local companies already have made long-term investments in new ships. We heard a lot about the new ships in Royal Greenland fleet, and we also know that Royal Arctic Line have made new investments, and of course these investments is something that you work with for a long time, and this means that when you have done these investments, you stick with it for at least some decades, and and that is something that you have to work with and try to make that green, and not just saying we buy new ships soon. And we also see that these investments have been made to cope with the infrastructure we have here in Greenland. And yes, and then we talked about the fact that the politicians have to do a lot of the requirements of setting up rules for the industry or the business holders to work with. For example, in the tourist ships, you can't have them thinking, of course they have some consumer things, and they can maybe they can work on the consumers paying more to have a green shipping or a green trip. That's something that you can work with and using the consumers, but you also need for the politicians to set up rules and saying we expect the cruisers to follow these and these rules. So you need to have the
politicians setting direct rules and set strict, in order to actually making these changes. And we talked about in Norway where the politicians have said that you after 2026 cannot pollute in the fjords, and we saw that as a quite big step and a quite, is that even realistic? That's at least a big goal to set. But if you want to do this change, you maybe have to do something that can seem quite challenging right now, and set. That's the thing you have to work with. Now you have a maybe 10-year period to actually do something, and so for the politicians and for the government to set up strict or big goals, and then for the so the companies know what should they aim for, what should they do, so that it's not the companies that should should do all the things in their own interest, because that can be hard for the company. That can make the profits fall if they cannot compete with the other companies that don't do these things. So
thank you. Very good. So we're starting to get a bit short on time. So, but you, Lisbeth, go ahead.
Yes, a lot of things have been said here, and we also talked nearly about many of the same things. But I think we have something to add as well, because we were very much talking about stakeholder and partnerships, and I don't think you have mentioned that so much yet. But we think it's very important that we talk together, that we do some partnerships to go ahead, and especially the hens and eggs, what comes first. I think in that sentence we need to talk together. And here in Greenland, we have great possibility to do that, because there's no far distance between us in Nuuk, and also people know people at the coast. So I think we can do a quite good cooperation. We think also here that political direction is very important, that we get a legal framework that is showing us a direction to go in. But then we also had a birth of an idea, maybe we can say, because these partnerships and talking together how we shall develop this framework, we could do a kind of energy council. We think that could be an idea. We know the fishery council here, which is giving ideas and feedback to the government. Maybe we could do the same here, because it's very good that we talk so much together, because Royal Greenland have some ideas, Royal Arctic Line have some other ideas, and the government again have some ideas. So if we can have a kind of council, I think that could be a way forward. So yes, that's maybe, we have also these economic issues, of course, and all the other things what have been told. Please sit. But maybe at the end we will say the low-hanging fruits, go for them at the first, and maybe we can see them first. It's more difficult, as also Malik said. What shall we choose in future? That's a difficult part.
I'll pass it on to you straight away, Rasmus. Just one point that I come to think of was that whether we should be early movers or first movers. And I think there was a general agreement in the group and also in discussion in plenary when we talked about maritime, that rather be very aware of what's going on and try to learn as much as possible and let others do the first mistakes. Rasmus, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you. First and foremost, the idea about an energy council, that's duly noted. So something we will discuss in the department. But I also want to touch a little bit upon the future. There's been a lot of talk about that Royal Greenland and Royal Arctic Line have done investments, and it will take a long time before they can. It's viable for them to go out and buy new ships. But actually, the truth is that it comes in quite handy. It will take at least 10 years before we have the production of e-fuels ready in Greenland. It will also take almost 10 years before we have the infrastructure ready for this. So actually, the time for buying new ships in Greenland and the time when we will have the new e-fuels and infrastructure in place, it will all come around in the beginning of the 30s. So in that sense, I think it's not that bad, actually. But in the meantime, getting the low-hanging fruits like increasing batteries, for instance, could be one possibility.
Right. Yeah. Just one point on your ammonia and your presentation. I think I'd like to correct you and say that the Norwegian electricity prices are much higher. So actually, there is a benefit for you. You are ahead of the curve nowadays. I see one question from the audience.
It was a comment because
sorry, you have to be guy.
Please stand up.
yes. It was a comment because you were talking about the Energy Council, and in our group we were talking about ownership, local ownership. We were talking about how a green transition and a movement towards a green transition in the Greenlandic society comes from the bottom, maybe, with people being educated and feeling as part of the green transition, and moving up all the way to the politicians being brave to have high ambitions on the green transition. And so we were talking about how this, you mentioned it briefly, the environmental fund, how a 10 øre per liter might be able to finance a very substantial fund that the local communities could kind of come with suggestions for projects that they would own, that they would feel ownership for. And in that way, you kind of build from the bottom an awareness and kind of seeing how can I become part of the solution and not just somebody Nuuk is making decisions again that I like or I don't like. So that was a comment on that. And yeah.
Yeah, we are not on time, but I think I see colleagues start sitting in the corridors, but I'll give 1 minute. I'll just ask every panelist to provide one sentence as a sort of takeaway or key observation after ending up this, to conclude this conference. So I'll start with you, Nathaniel. One sentence only.
Yeah, no, I think we will all have the same sentence in this instance, right? It's collaboration and working together and learning from each other. And I think that's this conference was great for me, and I hope for Greenland as well.
Okay.
Yeah, but I think the sentence from my side would be that this is only the beginning.
Right, good.
Yeah, I would say it requires hard work, but we will get there.
Okay.
From my point, I think it's partnership and energy council.
Right.
Yeah, I think this has been a good conference to have focus on the topic, and I think it makes us all aware that the demands are coming from the authorities or the customers. So we have to be prepared. So yeah.
Thank you all panelists. Before we conclude, I'd just like to thank, on behalf of Nordic Energy Research, for the excellent collaboration and also for a workshop that has been very exciting for us to take part in, and we have learned a lot. We're going away from Greenland with a lot of new knowledge, which is great, and I also hope we have left behind a lot of knowledge and also a lot of questions among the audience. And we look forward to working with you more in the future, all of you. With these words, thank you on my behalf and on Nordic Energy Research behalf. And I'll pass it on to you, Q.
Yes, yeah. Thank you very much for the panel. Yesterday morning, Kalisted Lund, our naalakkersuisoq, for our Minister for Agriculture, Efficiency, Energy, Environment, held the first welcome speech yesterday, and now he's going to hold the final speech as well. Welcome, Caliste. Yeah, now we can hear you.
Okay. I'm back in the last minutes. It's a good timing. But today I decided to speak English. I want to start by thanking you for 2 wonderful days with interesting inputs and discussions on green shipping. Unfortunately, I have had commitments in the Chamber of the Parliament, and I have not been able to attend all day today. Several important points have emerged over the 2 days here. I found it very encouraging to confirm that the countries in Northern Europe and the United States we usually work with are working towards zero carbon shipping. The Danish Maritime Authority and the Nordic Council of Ministers and United Kingdom have all presented strong visions for the green transition at this conference. Ambitious targets have been set and specific plans for the green transition at sea are being developed. It is my wish that Greenland also finds a natural place in this crucial works. The Nordic countries are leading maritime nations, and it is natural that they have taken the lead in research on new green fuels. It was exciting to hear about the research project from basic research and the Technical University of Denmark and the Nordic Maritime Transport Program to the more application-oriented green shipping program. This is knowledge that it is vital to share the Greenlandic ship owners and fishermen, and for this reason, I am delighted to see the connections made by the Greenlandic companies at the conference here. Input from the Nordic route map for maritime transport can be important. The critical point is that the transition to green fuel is not just around the corner. We still need to develop engines, fuels, and the way to design the ships of the future. These are developments we must follow and learn from. The Faroe Islands have an exciting project with an electric ship that we must look closely at. At key points in yesterday's discussions was the role of ports. We were given several good examples of how ports in Denmark and Norway have taken a leading role in the green transition and become an important hub for the business community, shipping, and new industries. And I would also like to thank you for the invitation from the Port of Scotland and probably Hirtshals. Maybe we can say why Hirtshals and take a ferry to Norway than to... And this synergy that can be created in this context is very inspiring and something we should definitely look into here in Greenland. We have heard presentations both today and yesterday on how to ensure the development of green fuel. There have been extremely interesting presentations on hydrogen production in Greenland's hydropower resources and financing options for the green transition. Here I'm very optimistic. We have moved fast in Greenland in recent years and are well on the way to attracting capital for significant investment in hydropower. Our traditional way on life has always been passed on sustainability in using our living resources. And our use of fossil fuels is not sustainable. Therefore, we would like to return to a sustainable use of energy forms as sea, on air, and on land in all respects. With these words, I would like to conclude by thanking you for your participation. I'm sure we will all return home with a new knowledge and not at least new contacts, and a stronger network. Let's continue to work together for the green transition of our ships. Before I finish completely, I would like to thank you for what we call or tolke. And our moderator, Rubanuk. Also, I would like to thank you for the excellent collaboration with Nordic Energy regarding to the conference here. Also, my own departments for the huge efforts, and not at least Merete, who fought to get this conference off the ground. Thank you, Brianna.
Okay.
Of course, tolke, interpreters.
Thank you so much. I did not expect this. Sven would also like to say some few final words.
I could, but I did try to conclude it earlier on, but I can say again that it's been a pleasure for me to moderate and take part in this session. And I wish you all safe travels, those of you who want to travel. And I hope to see you all again, either in Sortland or in Copenhagen or Bergen, or maybe we can come back. Some of us didn't get to see a lot of Greenland, so we are curious, I think, many of us, to come back. So thank you very much on behalf of Nordic Energy Research.
Yeah. Yeah. We would also thank you, especially Merete. You have done an amazing work to make this conference, to make this conference to be realistic here. And yeah, you have done a great job. Yeah. It has been a pleasure to facilitate you for the last 2 days. And I'm really looking forward to facilitate you again next time you come here. Thank you.